सतकरतार दोस्तों, वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह, नमस्कार, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, very good Sunday morning to each one of you. This is of course the 5th of July 2020. This is the 80th B of the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. Last Sunday my conversation with Professor Bharat Gupt was sort of, we had a lot of technical software issues actually. It was odd that the software which is running went into the default setting and we took several hours to find the remedy, but it was finally done. So I requested Professor Gupt to sort of restart. I mean, let's just start afresh, because the other day it would be odd and starting there, and I don't know how would it be to pick up from where I didn't have time to look at what we did the other day, how much we had covered. So I've requested him to let's start anew, and he has very kindly agreed to do that. Professor Bharat Gupt retired from the University of Delhi. He's a classicist, sitar and Surbahār exponent, theatre theorist, newspaper columnist, and cultural analyst. Educated in both the Western traditional Indic systems, his scholarship altered the perception of ancient Greek drama, establishing its closeness to Indian theatre. He is acknowledged internationally as an authority on the Natyashastra and ancient Greek theatre. Gupt studied Sitār and Surbahār under Pandit Uma Shankar Mishra and classical texts with Swami Kripalvananda and Acharya Brihaspati. Gupt has taught as a visiting professor in Greece, served on the jury of the Onasis Award for Drama, and is visiting faculty at the National School of Drama in New Delhi. His major publications include Dramatic Concepts, Greek and Indian, and India, A Cultural Decline or Revival. Professor Gupt is proficient in Hindi, English, Greek and Sanskrit. ਦੋਸਤੋ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ। ਅੱਜ ਐਤਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੌਜ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਵੋਗੇ। ਪਿਛਲੇ ਐਤਵਾਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਗੁਪਤ ਹੋਣਾ ਨਾਲ, ਉਹ ਵਿੱਚੇ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਸੌਫਟਵੇਅਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਬਗ ਜਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਗੁਪਤ ਹੋਣਾ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਕਰੀਏ, ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਬੂਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੀ ਹੋ। ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹਨਗੇ, ਕਈ ਭਾਖਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਲਿਖਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਹਿੰਦੀ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼, ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਔਰ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੋ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਪੁਸਤਕਾਂ ਹਨਗੀਆਂ, ਡਰਾਮੈਟਿਕ ਕੌਨਸੈਪਟਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਐਂਡ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਔਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਕਲਚਰ ਡਿਕਲਾਈਨ ਔਰ ਰਿਵਾਈਵਲ। ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਪੜ੍ਹਾ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਰਿਟਾਇਰ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਕਲਾਸਿਸਿਸਟ ਹਨਗੇ, ਸਿਤਾਰ ਅਤੇ ਸੁਰਬਹਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਾਦਕ ਵੀ ਹਨਗੇ, ਥੀਏਟਰ ਦੇ ਥਿਓਰਿਸਟ ਹਨਗੇ, ਔਰ ਅਖਬਾਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਅਤੇ ਵਿਰਸੇ ਦਾ ਐਨਾਲਿਸਿਸ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਡਰਾਮੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਦਖਲ ਹੈ, ਅਤੇ ਨਾਟਕ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਖਾਸ ਮੁਹਾਰਤ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਆਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਆਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ, ਸਤਿਕਰਤਾਰ ਅਤੇ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਐਤਵਾਰ, ਦੂਜੀ ਐਤਵਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਖੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਯੁਕਤੀ ਭੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ? ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅਗਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਆਵਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੂਆ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਖੋਲਣਗੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਾਈ ਬਲਦੀਪ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਚਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਮੈਂ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ? ਘਰ ਠੀਕ ਠਾਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ? ਕੋਈ ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਕੋਈ ਡੋਮੈਸਟਿਕ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ? ਕੋਈ FIR ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਪਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੇਰੀ? ਹੋਰ ਹਾਊ ਆਰ ਯੂ?
ਬਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੜੀਆ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੜੋਸੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੈਂਡਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਹੱਥ ਉੱਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੂੰਹ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, एहतियात वरत रहे हो ना?
बस अपने टेलीफोन पर ही गल्ला करते हैं या वीडियो के नाल कर रहे हैं।
ਇਸੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਇਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਹੈਗਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੇ ਕਰੀਏ ਜੀ ਆਪਾਂ। I think the other day, of course, my apologies again, sub this the company that
तो हम शुरू कर दें जी?
हाँ जी, मैं ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਦੋਂ ਸੌਫਟਵੇਅਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਿਫਾਲਟ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ 'ਤੇ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅਪੋਲੋਜਾਈਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਮਾਫੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਦੋਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਵਿੱਚੇ ਰਹਿ ਗਈ ਸੀਗੀ, ਬਟ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਓਵਰ ਟੂ ਯੂ। ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ये एक मिनट 2 मिनट
जी सदके मैं उन्नी देर मैं सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦਾ। So, Professor Bharat Gupt has taken a minute break. मैं उन्हीं देर दस दे आज शाम नू Professor Satyavati ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ. Dr. T.S. Satyavati will be joining today at 4:30 p.m. people. You see the poster online here. ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹਨਗੇ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਦੇ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਹਨਗੇ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਖਾਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ 72 ਮੇਲ ਕਰਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਗ ਹਨਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਕੰਮ ਹੈਗਾ 4:30 ਵਜੇ. Friends, today in the afternoon for the 87th Mēlā, I'll be in conversation with Dr. T.S. Satyavati. I'll be sharing her details later in the day, but this is just to inform you. Kindly mark your calendar and time of the day. At 4:30 p.m. I'll be in conversation with Professor T.S. Satyavati. I've requested her to give us an overview of all the 72 Mel Karta, 72 scales of the Carnatic Sangeet since they were established. And in the next days, then I'll be doing. I've requested her. She's very kindly agreed to run every one of the ragas of the 72 Mel Kartas in particular. Notably, Muthuswami Dikshitar's work, who's the only one to have composed in all the at least one composition in all of the 72 Mel Karta ragas. So keep a lookout on that. We'll see you in the afternoon as well for that. And Dr. Saab, are you ready? ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਜਾਈਏ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ wonderful. So here I am.
So, dear friends, I am very happy to be here this Sunday morning and starting on a very vital subject, the Kāmasūtra. So let me begin with a Mangalacharan. Of course, Sat Sri Akal, Vaheguru Ji da Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji di Fateh. And here is a small shlok in praise of Shiva. Ganga Taranga Ramaniya Jata Kalapam Gauri Nirantar Vibhushitavam Bhagam Narayana Priyamananga Madapaharam Varanasi Urupatim Bhaja Vishwanatham. So this talks about Shiva, who has Ganga in his hair and who on his left, rather in his lap, has Parvati sitting, and who is also the one who contains the pride of Ananga or Eros, and he is also the king, the unquestioned regal of Varanasi, where everybody takes the jump into the other world. Now this is a very appropriate Mangalacharan for Kāmasūtra, because here we have Shiva who has his Shakti sitting in his lap. So it is the union of Shiva and Shakti, the male and the female, that generates Kama and that sustains Kama in this world. So that way Shiva is the commanding deity of Kama in the four great Purusharthas, or the four great aims of life as they had been envisaged in classical India. So we come to the text, and what I am going to do today is first give you a small introduction about the content of the text, as to what the text is. You see, this text is divided into several sections and chapters. Now, the major sections are like this, and it's important to understand, because then we know what is the Shastra about. What does it aim? What does it show? And what is, as we have put the title there, what is the real intent of the Shastra? So it starts with the first section called Sadharana Adhikara. Sadharana means average, general, not taking any single subject, but the totality of the Shastra. And in this Sadharan Adhikaran, Vātsyāyana is going to talk about, number one, how this whole thing came into existence. You see, it has a history. He was not the first one to write. There were Acharyas before him. So he'll take that up. And then he will place what is most important, Kāmasūtra, in the category of the ancient Purusharthas or the aims of life. So there were three aims of life: Dharma, Artha, and Kam. Later on, Moksha was added as an extension of Dharma, and four Purusharthas or aims of life were enumerated. But in Vātsyāyana, it is only three that we have to talk about. So he will talk about that, and we will talk in detail when we come to the chapter by chapter to the whole thing. And then in this Samanadhikaran, he also talks about what is called the Vidya Samuddesha. That this whole Kama Shastra is a system of knowledge. It's not just something you do instinctively or something that is a matter of just tradition. It is something which is very consciously developed as an art, as a, what the Greeks would use the word episteme. It has a system to it, and it has a knowledge which is applied to life very consciously. And then, in that very section, he talks about how a single citizen or a group of citizens behaved in the ancient society. That was called the Nagar Vritta. That is, how would a man of taste? And remember, this man of taste is not a playboy. He is not somebody who is just seeking pleasure and having fun with women. He is not living at the level of sensuality only. So he is a Nagar, he is somebody with social responsibility, and how he encourages and how he patronizes the arts, all the time satisfying his own sexual desires. So that is the first section of Kāmasūtra. So the Kāmasūtra is placed in with the philosophical content, that it is something which is a part of the knowledge system of India. Now that's very important because these days there are two main tendencies, and I'll take a minute to talk about them here, which are very commonly talked about, and there are very eminent people who are following the stream of ideas and who are propagating these things. On one hand, we have a set of people who think of karma as fun. And they're never tired of telling us that modern Hindus, modern Indians, they are no longer having fun. It was their ancestors who used to have fun, and they are the people who have taken upon themselves how to write books upon it. Our dear friend Wendy Doniger is one of the most prominent persons with a disciple called Devadat Patnaik here. So they all the time emphasize upon the fun aspect of it. And they have developed a whole discourse, particularly Wendy Doniger in her published book, that Vātsyāyana was actually a non-believer. He never really believed in Dharma. He only pretended to believe in Dharma, and he was somebody who should be called a Nastik or a non-believer at all, totally. And so that is what Vātsyāyana was. He was anti-Dharma. So she has a whole book on it. And we have this conception in the minds of many Anglophonic people in India who go through the study of India through largely Anglophonic texts. So I have elsewhere made videos denouncing and showing how this is wrong. And today also, what I speak positively, you will see that how it is a different world. On the other hand, we have in India a set of people whom I would call modern Puritans. They are the people who would even deny that Kāmasūtra is a Shastra. They are the people who would say, no, 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 this is not part of our dharma, this is not part of our culture, this is a deviation, this is something wrong. Some of them go to the fantastic limit of saying that this is a mischief, it's a false Shastra created by somebody and is being perpetuated this way. So there are these two extremes. One trivializes sexuality. They celebrate, with a fallen jaw, the sculptures of Khajuraho, and they see nothing but good fun and tourism and a kind of libertine life in them. On the other hand, we have these people who simply don't want to talk about it, who believe in such terrible moral indignation that they would treat Kama as a perversion and Vātsyāyana as a pervert. So I would humbly request you to consider what exactly is a Shastra and what exactly is this Kama Shastra, and you will see for yourself that people from both these extremes are entirely mistaken. Now, having said that, I will come to the second major section of Kama Shastra, that is called the Samprayogik Adhikaran. Samprayogik means the one in which there is a practical application in terms of the physicality of Kama, that is the sexual encounter between man and woman. So this is the section which talks about the various sexual postures and ways of kissing and physical enjoyment in the bedroom. Enjoyment with your wife, enjoyment with your lover, enjoyment with a courtesan, as the system of courtesan was a legal system in ancient India. And this is also the section which talks about the homoerotics or the what we today call LGBT people in modern language, what was their place in society and how they had a particular legal protection, etc. The Kama Shastra very, very clearly talks about it. And that is one part of Kama Shastra which people should read and which should see that how, along with Artha Shastra, these people were not considered in ancient India as either perverts or as sinners or people far away from the world of divinity, but they were considered as God created. Just as man was created, woman was created. Similarly, the third gender, what the Kāmasūtra calls the third gender, Tritiya Prakriti, was created, and they are perfectly natural people, and Kama Shastra gave a place to them in ancient Indian society which was legally protected. And that's a lot of good thing to think about so that we can solve the problem of the maladjustments of these people in present day Indian society and in fact the society world over. That's not an easy thing. I have taken a lot of flack from all quarters around the world for talking about it in terms of Shastric evidence. So it is something worth investigating, and it's an important part of Kāmasūtra. Then, in that section, there are various other ways of how to seek a wife, and then how to behave with a wife, and how to look after her, and similarly how women should Sikh men and how they should get the best match. The fourth section is called Bharya Adhikarik Adhikara. That is talking about the wife. Now, let me just say briefly, I'll talk about this later in the course of my talk today. But let me say very briefly that Natyashastra belongs to that period of Indian history in which the courtesan, the prostitute, was a legal system, and courtesans were part of social system just as married women were, or let us say just as married men are today. Married men and women are today. I'll make another observation here, which may not be liked by a lot of people. They may feel uncomfortable, but that is historically true. You see, it is with the advent of Christianity that the courtesan or the prostitute or the pornos, as it was called in ancient language, became illegal. Before that, nearly all societies, Egyptian, Greek, Chinese, Indian, and various other major civilizations, they all had the institution of the courtesan, and there were various categories. So, just as there was the institution of marriage, similarly, there was the institution of the courtesan. And a man would have his sexual encounter with his wife, with his wedded wife, and also he would legitimately, if he so chose, would have a sexual encounter with the courtesan. So this was something which we have to understand, accept, and see, I would even venture to say, and see the beauty of as part of the ancient Indian society, and how the institution of courtesan was the repository of arts, especially the arts of music and dance, in a highly positive way, not in the way some modern Gandhians and Puritans and Arya Samajis think about it in modern times. So, having said that, I would talk about what was the Bharya Adhikaran, that is, how the wedded wife should take care of the husband and vice versa, and what would be the different kinds of wives. Because in ancient society in India, a man could have more than one wife, and he could also have, other than wife, a what you call in English a mistress or a keep, or somebody who lives in the home but has more or less the same status, the legal status for herself and even her children. So that is part of that section. There is the fifth section, which again would be making some people very uncomfortable. That is called Paradarik Adhikaran, the section on how to entice the wives of others. That is how to commit adultery. Now, the Kāmasūtra is about life as it is lived. It is not prescribing you a higher spiritual path. There are other texts for it. It leads you to that, and we'll talk about that, how it is connected with it. But it says for people who cannot live a normal life, who have to do something wrong, or who cannot abstain from going out of certain prescribed limits, the Kama Sutra prescribes how to approach women of different kinds, who are not legal wives of a particular individual. So that is a long section, and the final section is called the Vaishik Adhikara, or the section on the life of the courtesans. So that is the section on which how a man has to conduct himself uh, in the courtesan house. What are his rights? What are his do's and don'ts? What he can do, what he cannot do, what is illegal there and what is legal there. Because you see, this was all well laid out, and the king protected the prostitutes. He provided them medical aid. He charged them a certain revenue. They paid taxes to him, and he gave protection of all kinds in return. So men were visiting the prostitutes under certain obligations. I mean, this is something which was highly well worked out. Modern societies have just started talking about it in terms of what they now call sex workers. You see, and the life of a sex worker is just being given some kind of a credibility, and people are talking out of uh, they are talking out of a thinking that maybe these people need to be considered as professionals. Now, in ancient India, that was something taken for granted because all courtesans were professionals. There is an appendix, which is also the seventh and the last attachment of the section. It is called the Upanishadak Adhikaran. That is largely on beautification, on how to postpone the onset of old age, and how to continue your pleasure when your senses are flagging, and also how to use dildos and various other equipments if your normal bodily functions don't do. So you can see here that the Kama Sutra is a very exhaustive text that takes care of all possible, all conceivable sexual needs. Sexual needs which, from a highly moral point of view, may be immoral. Sexual needs which, from a very normal point of view, may be the needs of an average person, and sexual needs which a certain degree of abnormal people may feel, and how they could be accommodated. So, having given you a total account of what is the content of this text, let me go now to the text itself. So, Kama Sutra begins again with an auspicious note with a Mangala Charan, and he has a one line sutra, and he says that Dharma Artha Kame Bhyo Namaha. So there are the three Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, and Kama, and he says that I bow to all of them. He is not talking of any god, he is not doing a stuti, but he is bowing his head to Dharma, bowing his head to Artha, that is the power.
Oh, yes, thanks for that. The signal has gone off. I'm trying to dial him. I think the electricity may have gone on because there was a little dip in how we say the. Haji Doksa, what happened? Signal went or what? Haji. I cannot. Hello? Haji, hello? Haji, what happened? Yes? Hello? Hello? You seem to have connected, but the voice and the signal is not there. I think his electricity is gone. Let me dial him again. Haji Doctor Sahab, what happened?
वो पता नहीं लाइट गई थी मेरे घर में शायद 1 मिनट को, तो उससे
अच्छा
लगता है ब्रेक हो गया.
I see.
तो अभी am I back in your view?
Not yet. The camera is not on yet. Oh, there you are. Okay.
हाँ. So can you see?
Not yet. I don't see you.
Not
yet.
Is that okay now?
Not yet. I think we were calling each other. Let me get him. Haji, hello.
हाँ जी, अब आया?
The video is not here yet, but the audio is.
It says something on hold or what is this?
Thoda, just press the camera.
हाँ, मैं कैमरा तो मेरा आ गया.
अच्छा.
और
You're calling me again.
हाँ.
Okay. I'll accept your call then.
Yeah.
There you are.
कैसे कनेक्शन करेंगे हम लोग?
Now it's okay. You're back. Yes. हो गया. Now you're back.
Now I am back.
Yeah. You're back.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can start. From. You were mentioning about the book after the initial introduction. We can start from there after the introduction when you began with the book. Hello.
About Vātsyāyana talking about himself, isn't it?
Let's assume that you've ended the introduction to the index. Basically, you shared about the 7. So let's start from the book. Yeah, I think we can start from there.
Okay.
Or if you remember where you were, that's fine. I
remember. I remember where I was.
Okay, so we can continue from there.
I'll start from there.
Your signal is not as good as
I'll
earlier.
Start from the shloka.
Your signal is not as good as earlier. Is there a reason for that? Are you streaming simultaneously on Facebook?
No, nothing.
Okay, fine.
There's nobody.
All right.
Nobody's using the internet.
All right. Okay.
Same connection.
All right. Okay.
ये इनका ऐसे ही होता है.
Yeah. But it's good now. Video is good. Yeah. Over to you. Yeah.
So friends, here we are after a short break. The question that Vātsyāyana puts is, why am I talking about this? What is my legitimacy in talking about Kāmasūtra? He says the Shastra of Kāmasūtra has existed, but I am somebody who belongs to a certain tradition. The Shastra has been given. So I am not the first one who is talking. Shastra is given to me. Shaste prakritatvat. It is something which already exists. And there are other acharyas. And these acharyas are connected in a line. And therefore he says that tat samavaya avabodhekyabhya acharyebhya. So he says that these are the acharyas and they have a sambandha or a relationship with the whole study of Kāmasūtra. Now, at this point, I must tell you that nearly all Indian Shastras are a product of a tradition. We commonly think that they are the product of a single person. For instance, we'll say, well, Kāmasūtra, Vātsyāyana's Kāmasūtra, so it's Vātsyāyana who did the whole thing. But that is not true. In the Indian tradition, there was always a line of people, and so he says, if there is a line of people, and if Kāmasūtra started,
Oh, oh. I think the electricity is playing games with him today. I guess we'll have to wait. So while we wait for him, I'll wait for him to call back. I guess rather than calling each other, I would do that. And it's clearly his electricity is gone again. Last week, of course, there were several questions that were placed, and Nihal Singh, one of my students, he actually asked him with regards to music, as Dr. Gupt has that in his portfolio. As such, he's done a lot of study with regards to Greek aesthetics and Indic texts. So Nihal's question, which I will, ask him to. Oh, here he is. Let's see. Let me just get him back. हाँ जी ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਅੱਜ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
आज मेरी लाइट ये 2-3 बार जा रही है
ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਉਹ ਲੱਗਾ नहीं होया कुछ बैकअप नहीं हैगा
नहीं वो हमारा पूरा इसमें पूरा बैकअप है लेकिन वो 15 सेकंड लगा देते हैं ना वो पूरे सोसाइटी का ऑन करने में
आई सी
15 सेकंड का ब्रेक हो जाता है 15 सेकंड 10 सेकंड
बड़ी खराब है सोसाइटी थोड़ी चंगी सोसाइटी रखा करो हुजूर
आज ही अरे मेरे से इतने पैसे अटते हैं इसके
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ तस्वीर नहीं आ रही बंद आ रही है एकदम नेरा
है आवाज
हाँ हुण आई हाँ
हाँ अब आई होगी तस्वीर
हाँ हुण आई ये ਤੁਹਾਡਾ फोन हैगा
ये फोन अच्छा मैं सोच रहा हूँ क्या लेकिन अगर मैं अपने टेलीफोन से हॉटस्पॉट बना दूं
we can try that
कंप्यूटर उस पर चलाऊं
we can try that
क्योंकि बार-बार हैं
we can try that yeah
हाँ उसको करके देखते हैं
हाँ तब तक
उससे क्या होगा
ओ क्योंकि
जो आज बार-बार लाइट का झंझट है ना
हाँ वो तो कोई नहीं क्योंकि दरअसल ਦੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ हाँ जी इस तरह कर लो
हाँ मैं करके देखता हूँ
मैं ताता ही और सवाल पिछले हफ्ते से पढ़ देना I'll just read out the questions from last week which you will address later of course I will sort of read them out so here we are there is an issue as you've learned from him we're having electricity woes today but we can't really help it he'll have to sort that out at his end I was mentioning with Nihal's question that he asked was book and I quote book 8 of Aristotle's Politics concludes with a discussion of the role of Phrygian or Bhairavi, and Dorian Kafi modes in educating the polis. Given your conversancy with ancient Greek aesthetics and Indic texts and classical music, how do you view the similarities and differences between ancient Greek and Indic conceptions of the role of music in ethical form, and the state of current scholarship as it touches on the question of the directionality of historical influence? So this is Nihal's question. You're welcome to ask him questions, anything, whether the book has limitations or it has its own strengths. You must address it you're welcome to address it in an academic way, rather than mere opinions. Then there were some questions from last week. I don't know how relevant they are, but I'm going to read them out. Thank you for listening and writing. You're taking time out to write. There was one message or question from Gulnar Sheetal Bhan. The question is, could we consider the Kāmasūtra as a guide to the romance of the divine masculine and divine feminine energies within each of us? Amarjit Singh had written, we would like to know his views about Tantra. Does he acknowledge the concept of it? It's an important question. Please ask about his views and how it's different from Kāmasūtra. Nihal Singh wrote, why Dr. Gupt views Sargun and Nirgun as fundamentally different from the Abrahamic concepts of immanence and transcendence, which are similarly ascribed to God. And he follows with can the Kāmasūtra be a guide to the romance of creation between the divine feminine and divine masculine energies within all possibilities, realities and beings? I think that was a repeat of the question. I think this is not from Nihal. It was from maybe second time, written by Gulnar Sheetal Bhan. Gurvant Kaur wrote, can we have more of such in-depth study? So important to know what and how tradition has changed, what is authentic and not. Evidence need to be placed to understand the true theme of relevant texts for us as Sikhs. Very important. Gulnar, well, relevant in the sense that Kāmasūtra, that is, in fact, the other day one of my students actually, he's in his early 20s. And what did he send me? He surprised me actually, with, let me see if I can find them. They were somewhere here. Maybe I put them in Dr. Bharat Gupt's where is it? Here we are. They're not here. But there was, there were the downloads, but let's see. My student sent me images of I can't find it. Doesn't matter. He's a calligrapher. Simran Preet. He plays the sitar as well, and he's in his. I can't find them. But he sent. He's done a calligraphy of the Kāmasāstra or Kāmbilas Granth in Gurmukhi. He's a young fellow in his early 20s who's done calligraphy. Because he's doing uttaras of the ancient texts. He sent me a copy of those, which was very, very interesting. And we are grastis, right? And women, women, and I think sexuality is something, it should not be tabooed. And I will mean to ask, Dr. Gupt, with regards to a couple of his thoughts. I actually had taken notes, and I'd rather address him directly before I can share it to you. For example, when he says that Kāmasūtra is sort of ancient, here he is. Think of the devil, and the devil is here. मैं थोड़ा ना लिया, मैं हूँ कह रहा सी, मैं क्या think of the devil and the devil is here. मैं थोड़ा ना लिया तो तुसी, and this is much better, yeah.
This is much better?
At least I can see you.
नहीं मतलब क्वालिटी अच्छी है ना?
Yeah. This is through your phone?
आवाज आवाज हाँ, दिस इज थ्रू माय वाइफ्स फोन,
I see.
तो और भी पावरफुल है,
Hi,
मेरा
hi.
फोन है। तो अगर ये अब इसमें ये बत्ती नहीं आने का चक्कर नहीं रहेगा ना।
Yeah, that's true. Much better. Much
एंड
better.
माय लैपटॉप इज आल्सो ऑन बैटरी, सो
I
इसको
see.
अब चार्जर से कनेक्ट कर दीजिए। अब हमने इसको चार्जर से कर दिया, तो दिस इसकी बैटरी चलती रहेगी चार्ज। सो आई थिंक वी शुड बिगिन नाउ।
Yeah. Is the phone also on the charger?
हाँ, the phone is also on the charger, the laptop is on the charger, and the camera is on the charger.
All right. Okay.
तो अब बत्ती आएगी, अब हमने वो उससे डिस्कनेक्ट कर दिया ना।
But is there a camera? Is there a camera also working?
Yeah, the camera is working on its own battery.
Acha, you're recording for me or for yourself?
नहीं, मैं अपने करता रहता हूँ थोड़ा।
But then
आपको जरूरत होगी आपको दे दूंगा।
नहीं मुझे नहीं, but then that's why you were looking upstairs. You're not looking at me. But this is cheating. You're talking to me, so you have to look at me.
नहीं तो वो तो फिर मेरी आंखें इतनी नीची हो जाती हैं भैया।
तो नीचे भी तो देखा करो ना हम लोगों की तरफ। ये थोड़ा ना कि आप ऊपर ही देखो, ऊपर वालों को देखेंगे आप। इतनी जाती ना करें।
वो पढ़ते समय तो मैं इधर ही देखूंगा। तो ये है।
All right, yes. Please go ahead. Yeah.
तो अब ये बता दीजिए मैंने कहाँ छोड़ा था पिछला।
Oh, I have no idea because you suddenly go.
अच्छा।
And
okay, then I will start from a spot, and now we won't have this kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start from where I left. Because it's according to the pages here.
Yeah. Please continue. Yeah.
So Vātsyāyana asks the question that if this is a Shastra, and there is a long list of Shastrakaras or specialists before me, then who is the one who first of all generated the Kāmasūtra? And according to the ancient universe, the creator of everything, Prajapati or Brahma, he can be the only creator. Whosoever is creating through his power. So a person may be writing something, producing something, but it is the power, the energy, and the prime cause of Brahma. So Prajapati praja srishtva tasam sthiti nibandhanam trivargasya sadhana madhyananam shastra sahasrena agre provacha. So agre provacha, right in the beginning, it is Prajapati who created all Shastras, who created all systems of knowledge, and therefore he created this as well. So he says that he had to create three things on the whole: Dharma, Artha and Kama. So for Dharma, he chose Manu. He transmitted it to Manu. Tasya eka deshikam Manu swayambhavo dharmadhikaram prathak chakar. And in that tradition, Manu wrote the Dharma Shastra. And after Dharma comes Artha. So who is it that who would write the initial Shastra of Artha? And he says there was Brihaspati. Brihaspati Artha Adhikarikam. Now, a little comment is needed here. Before the famous Kautilya's Artha Shastra, there existed the Arthashastra. That was the older one. So not Kāmasūtra is referring to that Brihaspati. And then he says, as regards Kama, Mahadevanu Anucharaha, that is the disciple of Lord Shiva, Nandi, Sahasrena Adhyayanam Prithaka Kāmasūtram Provach. So the first author to speak on Kāmasūtra is Nandi. Nandi the bull, Nandi also is the Nandi is also considered as actually Tandu, the dancer, the great dancer. Because in Natyasastra's commentary, Abhinav Gupta makes that comment. He says that Nandi and Tandu, they are one, and it's the same name for a disciple of Shiva. So you see, if you look at this whole thing, then in very practical terms, these are systems of knowledge which are created gradually in a civilization. When we look upon these things only as stories, then we tend to think of them as, something story, something fabulous, something unreal, mythos or myth. But that's not the real meaning of the Greek word myth. Myth or mythos in Greek means story. And story tells us many things. So here it is telling us the whole historical process of how knowledge came to be, accumulated step by step from one thinker to another, from one generation to another. And then he says that in that same tradition, different sections of Kāmasūtra were written. So the first one to write was Uddalaki Shvetaketu. The son of Uddalak, called Shvetaketu, he wrote about it, and he wrote in a very long treatise which was later on condensed. And then his text was further elaborated into different sections by another author called Bhavravya. So Bhavravya is also one of the ancestors in the system of Kāmasūtra of Vātsyāyana. And Bhavravya used to live in Panchal Pradesh. Panchal would be somewhere near Uttar Pradesh, Bareilly, etc. This is the region of Panchala. So it's described from where did this Acharya come. And later on we'll have references of women of Panchal and what exactly they like in sexual activity. Then there was a request from the courtesans of Pataliputra, the present day Patna, and the request was granted by somebody called Datta, and he wrote a whole chapter on the life of the courtesans. So the life of the courtesans was described by another Acharya. Then there was an Acharya called Charayan, another called Suvarnanav. Suvarnanav is the Acharya who gave this long list of sexual postures, by which then there was an Acharya called Ghotak Mukh, and he specialized in how to approach unmarried women in order to start a married life. Another Acharya called Gonardiya. Gonardiya specialized in telling about how should a citizen live with his wife, with his wedded wife. And Gonika Putra is the one who talked about the mischief of seducing the wives of others. And then there was an Acharya called Kuchumar who talked about beautification, etc. So you can see from Vātsyāyana himself that he belongs to a tradition and he inherits the works of so many other specialists. And during the text also, Vātsyāyana is constantly saying that this is the view of so and so on this particular matter. This is the view. So and so disagrees with him. The third person has another view. And finally, me, Vatsyayan, I am going to sum it up this way. Or I am going to say something entirely different, and this is my view. So the text is constantly talking about plurality of approach. The text is constantly talking about how things have been tried by various people in the past and how they can be done in the best possible manner. Uh, you see, the Shastra in the Indian tradition is a collection of various experiments that have been done in a particular field of knowledge by all kinds of specialists. A Shastra, contrary to what we very often think, a Shastra is not a series of hard prescriptions that this is how you have to behave, this is how you have to do, this is what we have told you and you better stick to it. No. Shastra is only an observation on how people do things, what are the best possible ways of doing things, what were the older ways, and what are the newer ways. And when you read the Shastras, then you find evidence of this kind of approach constantly there and repeatedly there. So, having established his whole tradition uh, and his acharyas, Vatsyayan is now coming to the core issue, the issue as to what is karma. He says, we are talking about dharma, we are talking about artha, but let me first define what is karma. What is it essentially? How am I going to approach the subject? And what is it that I will elaborate on? So he says that karma is vishayeshu anukulyataha, and it is pravritti. That is Shotri, Tvak, Chakshu, Jivva, Prananam Atma Samyuktena, Manas Adhishthitana, Sweshu Sweshu Vishayeshu, Anukulyataha Pravritti Kama. So, this desire, kama, is something which is spurred by the senses. The sense of hearing, the sense of touching, the sense of seeing, etc., all the five senses, when they come under the influence of the mind, when they make up a message to the mind, and where the mind is the coordinator, the adhisthata, the one who puts all the sensory reports together and assesses them, then that desire is called karma. In plain language, he wants to tell us that it is the world of sensory gratification, sensual gratification. So it is at that level that he is going to deal with it. And we have to understand that because he is not talking about the sensual enjoyment of arts. Although the arts become very important in Kāmasūtra, and we'll talk about that. But primarily, he is talking about the physical enjoyment, the senses as they seek their enjoyment. And that is, he says, that is the sense of touch, etc., etc. And that is what is karma. He goes on next to, of course, there are many things in between, but he goes on next to the question that why is a study, a formal study of karma, why is it that we need a Kama Shastra? Is karma not something very natural? Is karma not something which comes to even animals? So why is it that a whole shastra is needed? What is so special about it? He says that tiriyak yonishu api swayam pravritvat kamasya nityatvat na shastrena krityam iti kechit acharya. He says that there are some people who says that look, even animals indulge in sex, they are fine with it. They have their life, they don't miss anything. So why is it that for human beings you need a shastra? What is so special with human beings? And here Vātsyāyana makes a very important distinction. And he says that samprayoga paradhinatva three punsa paurusha upayam apek. He says that for men and women, this whole business of just doing sex naturally will not be. Because they need, men and women, they need a formal upaya. And upaya here means that they need a considered method of doing things. They cannot do it without thinking, they cannot do it without analyzing, they cannot do it without practicing because they have their own constraints. And they have their constraints which the animals do not have. The human beings are constrained by so many things. There is a paradhinatva. There is a dependence in them on a large number of things. And it is in order to take care of those things, upaya pratipattihi Kāmasūtra iti Vātsyāyana. Vātsyāyana says that it is because of upaya. You need special assistance in order to satisfy human sexual desire fully. It cannot be equated, it cannot be treated just the same way as is treated by animals. Of course, he makes a very simple observation that animals have their own season and they function according to season. They are dependent on certain things, but their sexual life is not governed by so many factors as the human life is governed. So that is the reason why you need to know, and you need to know that sexuality is something which cannot be just taken for granted. You need a particular education, you need an initiation into sexuality. Now this whole idea that you need a initiation into sexuality is very important. Now as one can see that for human beings it's a matter of behaving in a given society. That's why right in the beginning he says that for human beings it's not like animals, because animals don't have a whole social system, an intricate social system around them, whereas the human beings have them. And this system he defines in terms of three words. The sexuality is one word, dharma, artha, kama. Kama is one, sexual desire is one. It cannot be something which will be divorced of social concerns. It is not something which will be divorced of spiritual concerns. It will not be something divorced of concerns in which the well-being of others is also ensured. So he says that out of the three purusharthas, dharma, artha, kam and moksha, kam is always to be satisfied in relationship
Signal issue. Dr. Saab, there was a signal issue.
He says no.
Professor Gupt, can you hear my voice? Hello. Hello. Dr. Saab, can you hear my voice? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm telling him again. I think there must have been a phone call or something on the phone. हाँ जी डॉक्टर साहब.
हाँ जी.
थोड़ा वो सिग्नल बंद हो गया. को टेलीफोन आ गया सी कोई?
नहीं नहीं कोई नहीं आया.
It just you just froze and signal was lost.
Is it back now?
No, I can't see you yet.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it shows. Shall we? Okay, I will.
Or you can call me back. Dial me back. Here, yes. लास्ट पैराग्राफ जो तुसी पढ़ रहे सी ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਸੁਣਾ ਦਿਓ.
हाँ मैं उसको दोबारा ही
हाँ जी.
ये तो अलग है. So Vātsyāyana says that karma is something which can be always within relationship of dharma and artha. And then he raises the question that am I going to apply this principle of looking and balancing with dharma and artha only for karma? He says no. And he says that it is very essential that whenever you undertake any dharmic task, then you look whether you are fulfilling or whether you are also taking care of karma and of artha. So there has to be a balance between the three. And he says, he gives general shloka. He says, Trivarga sadhakam yat. Trivarga sadhakam yat syat. Vayoh ekasya va punaha. Karyam tadapi kurvita natu ekartham dvibhadata. He says, whatever you have to do when you undertake one thing, dharma or kama or artha, you have to watch that you are not harming the other two. So it has to be a perfect balance. Therefore, when he goes, for instance, I'll give you an example from Kāmasūtra. Then when he goes into this section about seduction of the wives of others, he says that please be aware that you are doing something adharmic. And you make your choice. You will have to suffer the consequences of doing this adharmic. And you be prepared for that. So you make your own decision. Is it that necessary for you to do it? Can you not be without it? Is it necessary at this moment that you should pursue karma and give up the idea of dharma and even earth, or blow up your money in seducing the wives of others? So he raises that question again. So constantly throughout the text, he is trying to balance the whole thing. So this is briefly the first section of Kāmasūtra, the first section of Sadharan, in which he lays down these principles. And it is here that he says now that Kama is to be treated as a Vidya. Kama is to be treated as an art. Now, let me tell you that this distinction between art and science is a modern European distinction. Ancient Indian society or ancient Egyptian or Greek societies, they looked upon various disciplines as disciplines of knowledge. For instance, the Greeks had a word called episteme. Episteme means a system of knowledge, and we had the word vidya. So there were all kinds of vidyas today which are classified now as sciences, and vidyas which are now classified as humanities. So he says that karma is it's a system of knowledge. Call it a science or call it an art, but it is a systematic thing, and it is here that he says that you have to you have to look upon the whole idea of karma as a system of knowledge. Now, the very first question that he takes up is it necessary for women? And if it is necessary for women, then how are women going to learn this whole art? How are women going to take care of this system of knowledge? How will they acquire it? And he says that Praka Yauvanat Stri Pratacha Patyur Abhipraya. That is, before she is married, before she has attained her youth, that is, she is at her father's home, she should learn about karma. She should learn about sexuality. And after that, when she is wedded, she should further her knowledge. She should go deeper into the science with the cooperation, consent of her husband. Yoshitam Shastra Grahanasya Abhavat Anarthakam. He says if women are not going to learn about Kama Shastra, then it is going to cause them a lot of unhappiness. Prayoga Grahanam tu Asam. Prayogasya Shastra Purvakatvat iti Vātsyāyana. And he says that Vātsyāyana makes it clear that the practice of sexuality is to be done with the knowledge of a Shastra. It is not to be done independently without learning anything from anybody. So this is his view, very clear that Shastra is to be taught to women also. You see, this whole debate in Indian society, whether you give this knowledge to this particular class of people, to this gender, to this social section or not, this was a very dominant question. So Vātsyāyana, even against the common opinion, makes it very clear that no, you will not prevent women, or rather you will encourage women from learning about Kama Shastra. And he makes it quite explicit in his sutra. So, having established that, then he will go on to solve the problem that how are women going to learn about sexual practices, and is it possible to say that there have been highly accomplished women who know about sexuality, sexual behavior? And he says that yes, it is so. He says the most knowledgeable people among women who know about sexuality are the Ganikas or the courtesans, and also the princesses, also the women of the royal household. They are the ones who know. Now, uh, Ganika was the highest category of courtesan. Highest category of prostitute was Ganika. So Ganika was somebody highly accomplished in a huge number of arts, and she was very well educated. And Ganikas could speak Sanskrit also, converse in Sanskrit. They were very well educated, and some of them had a training in philosophical systems also. So Ganika is the highest category, and they are the best ones to get your knowledge of sexuality from it. So the Kama Shastra is one text actually which makes it quite clear that education of women in classical India, whatever that period was, I mean, there can be a historical debate from which century to which century, but it is quite clear that women had a very high standard of education. This is not to say that there was universal education, which, as it happens today, that a large number of women go to colleges or institutes for higher education. There cannot be a claim like that. But there was a very substantial number of women who had higher education, and how that we will talk about, and he'll give us an example. Uh, the best way for a woman to learn about sex, or what we call today by this word sex education, is by uh, what is called a wet nurse, what you call a wet nurse now. And in Sanskrit it is Bhai or Dhatrika. So somebody who looks after you, and in rich or well-to-do household, women would have that. So it is these women who would give them uh, a knowledge about sexual behavior. Then uh, he says your mother's sister, Mosi, Matarishwa, is Matrishwasa. She is the another very good choice. Then there could be some very old uh, household. Maybe she is maybe she is a widow who lives, or somebody who has served the household many years, or there could even be a bhikshuki or a sannyasi who is living, but who in her prime was knowledgeable, who's married or who's well-to-do. So she is somebody who could also give uh, sex education, or talk about sex, or talk about the subtleties of sexual behavior. And of course, the best is an elder sister, or a sister who is uh, a few years uh, a few years ahead in age. So what they prescribe then is not just knowledge of sexuality, but it says that there are 64 arts that women should learn. Now, it seems to me that uh, in ancient society, the system was very well laid out. That men would first learn what they could possibly learn from their parents. That is, the professional learning of the household. So, if you are the son of a let us say, a carpenter, then you would learn carpentry and all the deep knowledge and even how to sell things from your father, from your jati or from your relatives, and you would then take up the business of your family. Those who were at this level of production, they would not go to higher education. But those who were Brahman, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, they would go for higher education uh, approximately after the age of 10. So in ancient India, there was nothing called primary school or what is even called the middle level school. Uh, the household was the middle level school, and then you would go to something like eighth class onwards, the middle level onwards up to college, and there you would go and take higher education. But women were married very early. They were married soon after they became Rajaswala or they menstruated. So around the age of 14 or 15 or 16 maximum, an average girl would get married. Why it was so, whether it was good or bad, I'll not go into that. I have elsewhere talked about it in detail, why it was necessary for pre-technological societies to marry women early, largely because they had to produce a large number of children, 10 or 12 at an average. But education of women, as is very, very clear from Kāmasūtra, would continue after marriage. Now, I hardly need to say that for the working class people, there would not be education of the same type. There would be education of the profession into which you are married. But for the well to do women or women of the leisured class, there was certainly education, and Kāmasūtra proverbially describes 64 arts that women should make themselves adept in. Now, these 64 arts is a very long list. I will just indicate a few. You see, some of them are what we can say as complicated, accomplished art, or what is called in modern Indian languages as the Lalita Kala or fine arts. And then, other than fine arts, there were decorative arts. So, among the fine arts, there was dance, music, calligraphy, uh, uh, there was philosophy, learning about different philosophical systems. There was the capacity to argue, the capacity to reason, the ability to write poetry, the ability to write poetry in which you could possibly uh, show your skill in what was called Ashu Kavita or instant poetry. That if you were asked to say, compose something at a given moment, then you could produce 4 lines or 10 lines right there and then. So these are very highly accomplished arts. They cannot be done without years and years of training. And of course, this includes playing musical instruments and veena, etc. Then there are what may be called decorative arts, like making the bed or making curtains or how to make beautiful, colorful dresses, various kinds of costumes, how to make artifacts out of thread, sutra krida, takshanam, that is how to carve out beautiful things. Then there was great emphasis on decoration with flowers, decoration of garlands, different kinds of garlands, different kinds of decorations in the hair, hairdos, and then they have a whole list of accomplishment in makeup and how to make yourself more beautiful and things like that. You see, these are things which make the house beautiful, decorative, which make your personality beautiful, and then it includes things like Ayurveda, it includes things like Vriksha Ayurveda Yoga, that is how to grow trees, how to plant trees, how to propagate beautiful flowers, etc. So there is this long list of 64 arts. In some Puranas, they have increased and expanded this list even more. Now, what matters is very simple. In a few lines, what is to be said is that a woman is not going to be just doing cooking and cleaning in the home. She is going to make a home a real home. She is going to make a home beautiful. And all the possible methods of making a home beautiful or living place beautiful, which would include very sophisticated arts like poetry, dance, and music, they are part of this tradition and they are part of the 64 colors. This is not something which he has just written or which was something which I would say was there just to glorify the lives of women, but this was an actual practice. Because when you read a large number of texts and you find so many characters, women characters in them, in so many stories, not just the epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata, but in various other stories, even stories written by poets like Dash Kumar, Charito, Dandi, etc. You find a huge number of women who knew all these arts and who were really accomplished in these arts. So I would say that education of women was a very important thing. Certainly, it had a very different purpose. It was not sharing the economics in the same manner. Uh, that's a different issue regarding how much the wealth she controlled in the house and what was the status of the woman economically. For that, one would have to go to Arthashastra. But the Kāmasūtra makes it clear that she has uh, very specific. Then he says that there are certain arts which are uh, specialized in the which have been cultivated in the Panchala region. This place, Uttar Pradesh, Bareilly, etc., Panchal, from where we had Draupadi. And he says that these are very specific arts, and the women of that area, they know it the best. So you can see that Kama Shastra is talking about real things. It's talking about observations based upon various kinds of surveys and various kinds of uh, observations made by looking at the whole span of India. And he says that the best arts are cultivated by the courtesans, and when the courtesans acquire these arts and they become highly adept, then they earn the title of Ganika. And Ganika is somebody who is greatly honored by the royalty, by the Brahmins, by the kings, and by society in general. So he says, Pujita sa sadaragya gunvad vishya samstuta prarthaniya abhigamya cha lakshya cha jayate. So Ganika acquires a very, very special status uh, in society. Then Another observation, an acute observation, which the author of Kāmasūtra made, says that learning the arts for women is very good because in uh, in times of uh, in hard times or at times when you are struck with misfortune, you are alone, or you have lost your money, or you don't have relatives to support you, a woman, if she knows the arts, then she can survive independently and she can live comfortably. Sukhenaiva jivati तथा पति वियोगम च व्यसनम दारुणम गता. If her husband is dead, she has no man to support her. If she has fallen to some misfortune, if she has had to leave her home and go to another region far away from home, then vidya bhi sa sukhe naiva jivati. So if she has these qualities, if she has these arts, and if she has these kalas, then kalanam grahanadev saubhagyam upajayate. So the arts are all the time giving you good fortune. So this was the Vidya Samudesha, and that brings me to a very important section now, which is how the how the Nagara or the ideal male would be like in uh, in this world. So he says that let's talk about the Nagar. Who is this man of means? Who is this young man who would be able to uh, provide us with that sustenance to society? So, what is called now the Nagarak Vrittam. So, the life of a Nagarak. And this is very important in this with Kāmasūtra because Nagarak is the one who spends money. He is the patron. Fundamentally, he is not just somebody who enjoys uh, a sexual life or a life of pleasure. He, of course, does that. But he is somebody who is providing uh, a very big amount of patronage. In fact, not just very big amount, he is the one who is responsible for patronage of arts, and that is the Nagara. Uh, at this point, it's important to mention that the ancient societies were not all the time uh, asking for things or asking for various facilities from the governments or the king. You see, this is something we must understand. Today, we want the government to give us education. We want the government should give us protection. The police should provide us. Women should be able to freely go around at night, and we expect that the state would provide us police. That way. So uh, that way, uh, that way, our expectations are very different. So to begin with the Nagarak, who is the Nagarak? And how does the Nagarak start his life? And who can be a Nagarak? And who cannot be a Nagarak? So this is the very first question. How would you define a Nagarak? The method in most of the uh, classical text is to start with a definition. And he says that how would you how would you define a Nagarak? How would the Nagarak be known to others? So he says, Grahita Vidya Pratigraha Jaya Kraya Nirvesh Adhigatair Arthair Anvayat Gatair Gahasyam Adhigamya Nagarik Vrittam Varte. So he says it's somebody who has finished his education, Grahita Vidya. He has been to a Gurukul. He is a graduate, uh, which means he should be around 20, 21, 22, or maybe a little more. And then who has come back to the family. Either he has inherited a lot of money or has a lot of money in the family, or he has done his own business and he has acquired a lot of wealth. And after acquiring that wealth, acquiring social status, he now wants to climb on to the status of a Nagarik. So, what would the Nagarik do? How would he make himself known? How would he assert himself and find a place for himself, a table of other Nagarik? So he says the first thing is to look for a beautiful house, or is to get a house made, and that house should be made in uh, some kind of a uh, some kind of a town which is not just a wayside place. It should be a nagar or a pattan or a kharvat, which means that it should have a sizable population, should be a cultured place. There should be many other Nagariks living there. It should be in a place where he can communicate and where he can practice some kind of a good life. And there, Tatra Bhavanam Asan Udakam Vriksha Vartika Vidhi Bhakta Karmascha Vivasa Griham Karaye. And what he should do is simple. He should get a huge house which should be in two sections. It should be a double house. It should have a front section and a rear section. And then Vātsyāyana goes on to describe that what should be the living room or the drawing room or the room where he receives his guests, the front room. So there would be something called the Antahapur or the interior living quarter where his family would live, and there would be a place where he would receive his guests. And that is something which should be uh, just wonderful. And in order to make that wonderful, what should be there in that big hall, the front hall? Bahye cha vasagrahe Sulakshanam Ubhayopadhanam Madhye Vinatam Shuklottara Chadam Shayaniyam Syat. So there should be one beautiful bed covered with a white cloth, shining cloth, and there should be a side bed along with it. And at the headstand of the bed, there should be another table in which you have Sugandha Putika or little boxes in which perfumes are put are perfumes are uh, put in. There should be another box which has some kind of a wax in order to make your lips shine, and some beautiful flowers which don't fade away easily. Then there should be another box for tambul or for betel leaves, and there should also be a spittle, spittoon, into which you can spit. On the wall, opposite the bed, there should be an elephant tusk in the wall, and on the elephant tusk, the veena, or the musical instrument of the Nagarak, should be hung. And the veena should not be left open. It should be covered with some kind of a very fine cloth. So you take care of your musical instrument, you protect it. Nagadantav sakta veena. Then chitra phalakam. And by the side, below the veena, there should be an easel for you to paint. So the Nagarak knows how to play the veena, is well trained in music. He knows how to play music. The Nagarak is also a painter. He can paint. And throughout the poetry of Shringar in ancient India, we find that lovers are constantly trying to paint their beloveds and vice versa. Then, along with the easel, there should be brush and colors, etc. There should be a bookshelf. There should be some flowers hanging which don't fade very easily. Kurantaka malascha kaschit pustakaha nati dure bhumau vrittastaranam samastakam. Asanas, there should be other to sit. And then another small area where you can play the dice. You can have a game of dice with your friends. Then you should have some birds which are part of your role, and some to whom you can talk, to whom you can converse. And there should also be a little outside that big room of yours. There should be a place where you can uh, carve something out of a wood. So takshana sthanam nyasancha kridanam. And outside that place, there should be a swing and some beautiful trees, and that makes up the the front room of the Nagar. So obviously, it's a sitting room where he receives all kinds of friends, and this is the description. And then they go on to describe what he should do. He should get up in the morning, brush his teeth, etc., uh, do his hair, dress up, go to work. Go to work means he should work in his own home, because nobody went to work far away from home in pre-industrial world. And after you have done your work, which means a few hours, then you come back and take a bath. And there is a elaborate description of how you get scrubbed and the soaps you used and how you are uh, given uh, you are given a massage by the messieurs. So this is the life, the personal dressing, and the way the Nagarak dresses. and the way he receives people. Now you can see that this is one important way. Now, what is he going to do? What is the Nagarak going to do during the day? In the morning, of course, he has done his personal business work. But after lunch, what is the daily uh, what is the daily activity? Now, in the afternoon, he after his food, he reads something, or he talks to his birds and goes to sleep. Uh, Sleeping in the afternoon is encouraged, but we must remember that in this society you were supposed to get up very early at around 4 in the morning. So the day started for you very early, and therefore it was something accepted that you could go to sleep. But when you get up in the evening, then what do you do? Grahita prasadhanasya aparanne goshti vihara. So when the afternoon is over, then you do goshti vihara. That is, you go and meet people, some kind of a symposium. I think the Greek word symposium is better than a get together, the word we use today. And as the time, Goshti would be for literature, for poetry, for things like that. And as the evening arrives, then that is the time for music. Pradoshe cha sangeeta kani. Tadante cha prasadite vasagrahe sancharita surabhi dhupe sassahaya shayyayam abhisarikanam pratikshana. So, having listened to music and met some people, then you come back to your room and then you wait for your beloved to arrive for the night. And you make use of those two lovely beds which are there. If the beloved arrives on a rainy day, then you offer her new clothes, you assist her in changing the clothes, etc. So it's a very delightful life of the Nagarak. Now this is the personal life, and his daily uh, timetable. But what else do you do? What is the social life? The social life begins with your visit to the temple. There were always small gatherings, concerts, events happening at the temple. They were called Ghata Nibandhanam. So you participate as a patron in the Ghata Nibandhanam. You participate in the Goshti Samvaya, that is the seminars, the literary discussions, and various things that happen. And you participate in Samapanakam, which is drinking parties. So in drinking party, men and women both participated. Then you also go into the gardens. So Udyana Gamanam, going into the garden, having a picnic from let us say around 10:30, 11 till evening. This was one very, very important activity. And they will describe who will participate, how arrangements should be made, and will it be only with your wives or relatives? Would courtesans be also coming? That was described as part of the activity of going out into the gardens. So making gardens were very important in the cities of ancient India, because all kinds of uses were made for the gardens. And one of them was for picnics of the citizens. Uh, as regards the art, every month there would be a big gathering, Niyuktanam Nityam Samajaha, at the Saraswati Bhavan. So there were some uh, places called Saraswati Bhavan. And in these Saraswati Bhavan, every 15 days or every month, people would gather and there would be poetry, there would be dance, there would be competitions in various kinds of arts. And as a patron, you were supposed to fund. As a Nagarak, you were supposed to fund these. And you would pay special attention to those people who would come from outside the city. You would not just take care of the people who belong to your city or community, but agantunam chakrit samvayanam pujanam api upapatishcha. That is, people who have come from outside, they would be taken care of. And doing this is iti gana dharma, that this is the duty of uh, the citizen belonging to a, what shall I say, a small state or a janpad or a district. So this was incumbent upon the Nagarak. The Nagarak was a patron of art, and nobody could be just a Nagarak by having a beautiful drawing room and indulging in personal pleasure. If you wanted reputation, if you wanted something more than just individual satisfaction, then you had to patronize uh, many other people. Just as there was Saraswati Bhavan, similarly there were other bhavanas for other devatas, and various activities would be done in their honor. So you would see that many of the religious festivals were actually literary festivals. There was literature and poetry and art and dancing and music was all part of it and continuously uh, as part of it. And in most of these places, the Vaishyas would be participating. So it's not that the courtesans were kept out. The courtesans would be constantly visiting homes, the courtesans would be visiting temples, the courtesans would be visiting Saraswati Bhavans and other places. Now, this is all textually written here. I am not fabricating it. It's there in black and white, you see. It's very simple. And the Nagarak had to do this. They also describe here the different kinds of wines which were manufactured. Madhu, Maire, Asura. There are different kinds of asavas or different kinds of drinks that were made. And then there is a long description of the picnics in the gardens, which would be done, held. And in most of these picnics, rather in each of these picnics, the courtesans would be participating, they would be part of it. So after this, there is a very important section which describes the festivals of ancient India. So there were many festivals, Yaksharatri, Kaumudi Jagar, Subhasantaka, etc. They are given in details. Most of them are festivals associated with the arrival of fresh cereals or fresh fruit. So there were a festival called Biskhadika, which means when you would be eating the stems of the lotus, or Abhyusha Khadika, or Sahakara Bhanjika, Navapatrika. These were various festivals, or the festival of water. Udakakshvedika. That is, people would go to water tanks or to rivers and then throw waters on each other. Among the 64 arts, one of the art is how to throw water. What are the different ways of throwing water on each other? How do you make it a very delightful experience and an artistic activity? So this was done as a public utsava, and there were so many utsavas which were done uh, all around the year. And it is in this that there are some prescriptions that you should, there should be, it seems that there should be a place for all kinds of women in it. Women who are single, women who have been thrown out of their houses, women who are living by themselves, or women who are not fortunate in having children. So all of these kind find a, and there would be a place for them, and they would participate, and they would also have a role to play, like they'll make themselves useful in one way or the other. So in this, they describe uh, there is a big detail about how these various women could be helpful. Like they could serve as messengers, they could serve as people who are carrying messages between lovers, or those who are making matches, or who are assisting a girl to find a good young man. Because later on, you would see that it's not as if all women were just married off by their parents. Vātsyāyana is very keen on promoting what is now called today love marriage, but which was called Gandharva Vivaha in ancient times. And as a matter of fact, some of these picnics include bhikshunis. They include some kind of women who uh, belong to the sannyasi order, or the women who are living by themselves in certain um, monastic orders. But they would also be coming, and they would also be participating. So it seems that there was a section of monastic women who were very useful for worldly affairs. भाई सब तो तपस्विनी नहीं हो सकती ना. All those who go into sannyas, men or women, they are not going to practice it in the highest manner. So those who were perhaps at the lower rung, or who were just gone there for some kind of a protection, they would have a social role to play. And you have descriptions of such people and the functions they perform and what they could also do. It's also very clearly written here that in all these goshtis, in all these literary events, Sanskrit as well as the Desha Bhashas would be used. नात्यन्तं संस्कृतेनैव नात्यन्तं देशभाषया कथां गोष्ठीषु कथयन् लोके बहुमतो भवेत्. So you're not going to insist only on Sanskrit or push Sanskrit. You're not going to push only the local languages, but you're going to create a unity, or you're going to use them all. So this is something which I thought is important, because we have this whole idea that Sanskrit was the dominant language, which is totally a false idea. It was not a language which dominated every aspect. It had a great role to play, but that role we have to understand. And this also create something which I have been the last few years trying to promote that what we call today as Sanskrit drama did not actually exist. That in ancient theatre, in practice, only 4 to 5% of the text was Sanskrit. 95% of the text was Prakrit or various other regional languages. So this again, this particular verse from Kāmasūtra goes on to explain it. And because he says that all these activities should be for the pleasure of the people. Lok chittanuvartinyah. The word he uses, lok chittanuvartinyah. That things which please a large number of people. They please the men and the women and the majority of men and women. So this is the section which talks about Vidya Samuddesha and the classification, and we will go now on to another section which concentrates on enter into a marital relationship, how to look for a wife, and what are the kinds of women should look for, what are the kinds of women one should avoid, what are the kinds of men should avoid. They go on talking about that. Now, here there is a section which happens to mention a certain category of women, and I want to talk about that because it is important to show the status of women in ancient society and how women negotiated uh, with different kinds of situations. That is, if they lost the husband, or if the husband took them out, or if they had to leave a husband because he was not worth living or it was not possible. So they would be talking about that, and we will go to the relevant section. And in this prescription, the that the Nagarak should look for a wife, there is a general prescription that he should uh, marry within the Varna. He should not try to marry a woman of higher Varna. He can marry somebody lower. So that's a general prescription which they give. And that way, uh, the order is laid for the women to whom you get married to. But then, the question is, as I said earlier, that in this society, men of means were allowed to approach women other than their wives. So, who are those women? Whom you can approach legally, whom you can approach according to social sanctions. Of course, you can approach the courtesans, because going to the courtesan house is something which every well-to-do man uh, takes pride in. Then, if you like, you can keep a woman which is called punarbhu. That is somebody who has left her husband for whatever reason. If the husband was a inhuman character, or maybe the husband kicked her out, or whatever. So there are women who look for relationships outside marriage, who come from broken marriages, and then they choose a husband or they choose a man and they become his mistress. So they come and live in their home, and that is called Punarbhu. So Punarbhu is a major category in the sexual life of ancient India. The Kāmasūtra says that the woman should very carefully see the kind of man she can choose, and then she should go accept it, and she should start living in her house. Then there are prescriptions how she should treat the legal wives and the children and what she should do, etc., etc. But the Punarbhu is a, what shall we say, quasi-legal category. It is something which is accepted. So there were Punarbhus all the time. So the Nagarak can have a Punarbhu other than wife. The Nagarak can have relationships with some women who live only by themselves. They are women of means. They are called Swairani. They are women of means. They have enough money. They survive on their own. They have their preferences. They have their household, and but they are single. So to have a sexual relationship or to have an affair or a long-term relationship with a Swairani is another kind. So he describes these 3, 4, 5 categories. Then, of course, he also describes some categories for very tamasic or perverted kind of people, that they can seek pleasure with women, nondescript women, or pleasure which is entirely physical, one night stand type of a thing. So this is the category of uh, women in Nagara can establish relationships with. So you can see that this is a very different kind of a sexual morality. Ancient India is practicing a very different kind of social morality from what we think today is the right kind of thing. The kind of image that we have of ancient society is largely a 19th century reconstruction. In this 19th century reconstruction, we have become very lexical in our approach. You see, we think that uh, the the best way to do things is such as is prescribed in Manusmriti, and that everybody was being either forced or everybody was aspiring to live according to the life which is prescribed in Manusmriti. Manusmriti, by the way, largely concentrates upon the life of the Brahmin and the Kshatriya classes, the dominant ruling classes, so to speak. The Brahmins, of course, were not ruling people, they were only influential in up to a degree, to some extent, and the Kshatriyas were influential in every way. But Kama Shastra is very much about the Vaishya world, because these are the people who had the money. See? So they were the ones who were patronizing the Vaishyagrahas. They were the ones who were patronizing the temples. They were the ones who were patronizing the arts. They gave a lot of money. Now today, that's something our modern Hindu Puritanism makes it impossible for us. We cannot think of that as an ideal. We only think of individuals, giving money to either the government or PM's relief fund or to a foundation or to IGNCA or something like that. And it's not individual support to your local artist. It is not individual support to your local painter. and your obligation. But ancient India worked in a very different paradigm. This was the paradigm of the Purohit and the Yajman. The paradigm in which I conduct a yagya, which is for my benefit conducted by a Purohit, a learned priest. But I provide everything for it. And what I hold is a social event. There are all kinds of people who participate in it, right from the working classes, right from the middle level classes, and I am the provider to all of them, including the Purohit. So it is the individual earner, the Grihastha, it is the individual bread earner, it is the individual business person, the individual business owner who is patronizing all kinds of arts. All classical Indian literature, whether you read poetry, whether you read Kavyas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, or the later literature, Kalidas onwards, that should make it very clear to us that the biggest support to arts was provided by the business community of this country. It was not provided by the kings. The kings would do certain things for which they would be glorified, for which there would be a historical record. But the average everyday sustenance to all kinds of arts, to all kinds of vidyas, to gurukuls, to universities, they were provided by the business community. Whether that business community was Jain or Bauddha or Shaiva or Vaishnava, whatever. Across the board, this was the system. This was the system of the Varna Ashram Vyavastha, in which the second ashram, Grihastha ashram, was the provider to all other three ashramas. And that is why Mahabharata says that the highest of the ashramas is Grihastha ashram, because Grihastha ashram sustains the other three. It sustains the Brahmacharya ashram, the student, it sustains the one who wants to retire to the forest, it sustains the sannyasi, and it sustains the economy. So, not the Kāmasūtra is amply clear, is making very clear about this thing. I want to now proceed to another important section. I am leaving out the Samprayogic section, the one which you can easily read, which is about the asanas, etc., and about which so many others have given very good translation. There is nothing very deep about it, so that we go into it. I would briefly mention the third section. It's called Kanya Samprayuktak Adhikaran. That is how you should approach a woman to marry her. Now, this is the other category. You see, the category of the woman who would be your wedded wife and who would continue with the line, who would give you sons and daughters, and who gives you the household, who manages the household, takes care, and who is part of all the rituals that you do, all the yagyas, all the pujas, all the danas, all the household charities, everything that you do is to be done along with your wife. It cannot be done independently. It cannot be done just by yourself. And that was something which you can say by reading literature, that was something which was practiced. So a wife had a say in all this kind of activity. She didn't have a say in the business deals as to with whom should you have a business deal or not. She had a say in every kind of economic activity other than specific business activity or war activity. Now, here, the important thing is consummation of marriage. Now, as is known, Vātsyāyana goes about it in a very sensitive manner. So he says that, look, uh, consummation of marriage, what is called in Sanskrit as Kanya Visambharana. I don't know if Visambharana is a better term than saying deflowering or something like that. But he says that how should that be done? Uh, First of all, he talks about how to procure a wife. And the prescriptions of Kāmasūtra are very clear. He says that it's not necessary that a young man should marry entirely according to the desires of his family. He looks for a girl, then they prescribe various ways of looking for a girl, finding certain means of women who can assist, finding certain means such as women who can assist you to approach a girl, how you can visit the girl. Maybe the girl is known to you since childhood, maybe she is a neighbor or somebody, and you can then convince uh, her parents. And what are the different influences that you can so, on the family so that they accept you son-in-law. So there is a detailed description of the, and that is something which is quite interesting because those descriptions show the utility of all kinds of what is now called very often subaltern people in society. People who are not important, like an old servant or somebody who guards the stable or somebody who is somebody who is a very low status person in society, but such a person can be very useful in seeking communication with a girl whom you are in love with. So it's very interesting uh, things that you have here. Now, when Vātsyāyana defines the kind of women a young man can approach for sexual pleasure other than his wife, then he also includes the uh, he also includes the third gender people, and the third gender people in ancient society were largely in the ambit of sex workers. They would be used either for dance and music and that kind of activity, or they would be working at the Veshmagraha. So they are for they are part of sex workers, broadly speaking, and that was the profession which was given to them. And they had their legal rights, and they also had their legal freedoms. For instance, it was not incumbent upon them to pay any taxes or to provide any dhan or do any kind of obligation. You see, we must understand that in ancient society, there were certain things which were highly obligatory, which you had to do. You see, today the modern citizen has to pay taxes and to keep out of crime, and that's about it. Maybe, maybe he or she may like to make a donation, but that was not the case in ancient society. In ancient society, you were obligated to support a very large number of people. A very large number of people had claim for a share in your income, and you were supposed to share it with them at different occasions in your life. Today it's just that you give some money to hijras if somebody gets married, but that was not the case earlier. There were many occasions when you were obligated towards them. And similarly, there were various other sections of society which had to be provided for by the earner, by the one who had some kind of a money. So that completes the kind of women or objects of sexual pleasure that a citizen was allowed. Now, I want to talk about this whole idea of choosing a partner. You see, a sexual partner. Who can be your sexual partner? Was every marriage an arranged marriage? Now, this is a very important question. The would the girl have any right to marry and look uh, for a husband whom she loves, and then what kind of marriage it would be, and how you would conduct that marriage? Now, you'd be surprised to know that Vātsyāyana thinks that the best marriage is not the Brahma Vivah, that is the Vivah in which the parents conduct the marriage. But the best Vivah or the best form of marriage is Gandharva Vivah, what we call today love marriage. And he says that it is perfectly legitimate for entirely legitimate for a person to marry a girl of his choice. Now, there are, of course, certain methods which the person would have to employ. And some methods, of course, go to the extent of saying that everything is fair in love and war, that kind of a thing. But by and large, what he says is that one should choose the girl by meeting her, maybe in a wedding, or maybe in a public function, or maybe in the garden, maybe at a picnic, maybe at the temple, maybe in a goshti, these seminars, etc., or at a tirtha. There are so many opportunities. And once you think that you would like to marry a girl, then they show the various ways of approaching her. And then you have to influence the parents. If the parents agree, nothing like it. But if the parents don't agree, then Vātsyāyana even justifies elopement. He says the young people can elope. The young people can conduct a marriage they can conduct a marriage on their own. And what they should do is, in order to make it a justified, a solemn, legal marriage, they should take the holy fire from the home of a high level Kshotriya Brahmin and take that fire to a temple or some place, light it, and have a panigrahan sanskar or a marriage ceremony. So the boy and the girl can conduct their own marriage ceremony along with a friend. And once they have done that, they are, according to Gandharva Vivaha system, they are married man and wife. And then they can slowly reveal it to their parents that they have done this. So Vātsyāyana says that there is nothing wrong with it, provided you have chosen the right girl, provided you have chosen the right boy, provided that you love each other and you are going to stick to it, you can do it. He also says that, well, in Gandharva Vivaha, it is not necessary to have a ritual. You can just go to bed and declare yourself a man and wife and then reveal to others. So you can go to bed with a girl, dushayitva chayenam shanai swajanam prakashayit. So you can have a relationship and then you can bring it to the notice of the parents. So he says that it is best that there should be affection and love between the partners before marriage so that the marriage turns out to be more fruitful. So this is what he says this. He states it very clearly. Vyudhanam hi vivahanam anuragah phalam yatah madhyamopi hi sadyogo gandharva stena pujita. Is Gandharva Vivaha, Gandharva stena pujita, it is the best. It is worth paying respect to. Although it is the middle kind of marriage. According to Manu, according to Dharma Shastra, the best kind of marriage is Brahma Vivaha, in which the parents marry. So Gandharva is the middle kind. So Madhyamopi, Sadyogo Gandharva Stena Pujita. Why? Because out of all systems, Vyudhanam hi Vivahanam Anuragaha Phalam Yatah. Because here, affection is the basis. Because affection is the basis of Gandharva Vivaha, therefore it is something highly recommended. So Vātsyāyana is in the favor of Gandharva Vivaha or love marriages. Now, the sections on other sections which I enumerated of they do give us a very detailed description of how to achieve things, but they are not something which are very difficult to unravel. They are very simple. You know, how to deal with go-betweens and how to reward them and things like that. And then the whole section on how to beautify yourself, what are the different kinds of mechanical methods that you can use, the dildos that you can use. All this is something very simple to follow. There is not much there to explain, but that only indicates that a life, sexual life in classical India, I'm using this word classical India for want of another appropriate word, or you can say ancient India, or for a period from, let us say, 1500 BC to 1000 AD, for this long period. Now, this is a period in which society really considered sex as something, not just as something essential, or not as a smaller evil or something which had to be negotiated with. It did consider karma as one of the most essential elements of satisfaction. Now, this is very important, and that is something we should understand. The whole manner in which social institutions are geared towards sexual life, that is what tells us. It's not just a matter of attitude as to what did people think. It's not a matter of your approach that you can guess, but your social institutions, which are very important. For instance, if you contrast it with the Greek world, in the Greek world, although sex is not a taboo, although art is very erotic, although there was a sanction to pedestry, making love with a young boy. This is something which was common in the Greek world. Yet, the attitude to sexuality in the Greek world is something which considers sex as a kind of uncontrolled passion. It considers sexuality as something which seizes you, which you can't resist, which sweeps you off your feet. Now, in contrast to that, the Indian approach has been of harnessing sexuality and harnessing it for worldly, for social, for artistic, and for spiritual purpose. So these four stages of sexuality, they are very well thought out. And Kāmasūtra falls at the two levels, the physical satisfaction level and at the level of social relations. That is why he says that should not be against dharma. Dharma here means social obligations. He's not talking of dharma as a spiritual quest. So he's not talking of Krishna, or he's not talking of the beloved as God. Kāmasūtra is not taking us to that level. But Kāmasūtra is certainly placing sexuality other than social obligations within artistic pleasure. There can be no sexuality worth mention without art. So this big association of art with sexual satisfaction is a great contribution, or I wouldn't say contribution, it's just a great recording of the practices of ancient Indian society. This is what the Hindus were doing. They were very clear about it, that it is something which is to be used for physical pleasure, fine, but which is not just reduced to that, which is not just a madness you better accept rather than reject. So you control it in a manner so that you can use it for very simple physical satisfaction, for which the Kāmasūtra has a technical term called potarati. They have a word for it called potarati, which is pure physicality or physical satisfaction. And then its relationship with partner. And relationship with partner, as Kāmasūtra defines, is always of great mutual concern. The lover, male lover of Kamashas, is a highly sensitive lover. He is trained to experience himself and make a partner experience sexuality with uh, with the best of mutual enjoyment, consideration, and preferences. So it's based on mutual respect. It is based on mutual affection, and it is also based upon certain obligations which you have. Obligations to art, obligations to raising progeny, obligations to being a social patron, etc., etc. So, friends, I have tried my best to give you in these few hours uh, a kind of a bird's eye view of the essential elements of Kāmasūtra. And I'm very thankful to Bhai Baldeep that he gave me this opportunity. You know, I'm somewhat of a lazy guy who doesn't really come out with things unless he is goaded into it. So, Baldeep, I thank you for pushing me and making me speak for all this long hour. And with that, I take leave of you, Baldeep, and I take leave of all my audience. Thank you so much.
I have a few thoughts or questions. You don't want to address
Yeah.
any, or you
No,
just
no,
from
I will.
okay.
I will.
There is a couple of thank you, Bharat, if I may.
Hmm.
The Angrezi way of calling each other, which
Understand.
is you seem to suggest that Kama Sutra is ancient India relevant and represents in a way ancient India for want of, as you said, an appropriate term. I would have rather that you used an inappropriate term, if at all. They've called one of the most important elements of life, sexuality, as inappropriate. Um, uh, is it not the fact that until India's independence, the institution of courtesans existed? All of these books that we read were in practice. The institution was very much here until even the British went. Something happened post
Yeah.
independence. Something happened post independence. There were quotas, there
Yeah,
were
but there is a
buys,
reason,
there was a
and the big
whole princely, the feudal system.
yeah.
There were harems. There were many,
So
many mothers we used to have.
most of these things which I have described, they they have been around till very recent times, including the differences, and the very big difference is that they did not have a legal sanction. They were things which were kind of continuing from the past. We were sticking
I
to
think there were.
them
There's a let me connect again. There's a signal problem.
because we knew that
Hold on.
they were useful
Just
and they
this,
were natural. Yeah.
डॉक्टर साहब रुकिएगा मैं फिर से मिला रहा हूँ द सिग्नल इज सडनली गॉन डाउन लेट मी कॉल यू अगेन आई जस्ट कॉल यू बैक समथिंग wrong with the signal. I don't want to hear him like this. A signal. The ring is going, but the signal was dying. I don't think he's getting the ring. He's showing offline. Let's see. I'm going to try and dial him. Patience, people. Patience. But you are welcome to write down comments and, of course, ask questions if you have. If you would like to ask him regarding the text. Of course, the time wasn't really enough. It would take many, a few tens of hours to go line by line. There were 1250 sutras. Let's see. And we'll see. He mentioned about a couple of scholars who have. Hanji. Image nahi aayi. I cannot yet see you, but the audio I can hear.
एक मिनट मैं इसको इमेज को भी. This has been a little difficult today.
Yeah.
कहाँ गए तुम? आ गया. Now you'll see me.
Well,
the camera is
see.
Right?
Not yet.
Is it okay?
Oh, here you are. Yes, sir. Here you are. Yes. We can see you well now. Better than before.
Yeah. It's okay now?
Can you? Yes, much better.
Okay.
Can you kindly start your response again? We heard nothing when you said there was. The audio was getting very sort of stretched, Haji.
इसमें क्या? अच्छा देखिए, most of these things continued, but they did not have a legal status. You see, look at what was there in, let's say, 8th century and what was there in 11th or 12th century. Till 8th century or 9th century, all over India, the king was collecting taxes from the courtesans and he was providing facility to them. He was providing medical aid, he was providing vaidyas, he was providing guards, and people could go and visit openly. Now in medieval times, the good Indian, the good Hindu, or even the good Muslim, Ashraf, he would not be visiting courtesan as a matter of his rightful lifestyle. You understand the big change that has happened? Hello?
I don't know. I think the kind of stories that we hear, because there were two. One was the British India. That's why people say about the British law and all that, but they didn't have jurisdiction in kingdoms where they had treaties with. For example, Kapurthala was that treaty. You don't find any maps or anything as you would have done other places. The palaces are not equally mapped. Likewise, there were many kingdoms that had no jurisdiction on that. They had treaties.
Yeah, there was no restriction.
Yeah.
But socially, it was no longer a practice for the well-to-do people or the respectable people. For instance, if you read about a character, let us say in Tulsidas, or if you read a character of stories, let us say in 14th century, 15th century, then Veshya Gaman is always a evil.
I would say that it's more to do with the writer's own perspective, because as you see now also with the Constitution of India, there's so much that is written there which is not even followed. Not even by, people from the top bottom, they don't give a damn. They think they have, it is legal to find ways from, to go by the side. I would take it with a pinch of
But I'm talking
Humor
of
and doubt.
yes, yes, I agree that that people have found ways out of it. But earlier there was no need to find a way out of it because that was part of your normal lifestyle. That was part of your permitted
But
lifestyle.
I think
You see the
wives,
big difference in that.
feudal lords, even Faujis, if they had joined the stories, if they had joined as a sepoy, as a low rank, as a non-commissioned officer, there would be one
Uh-huh.
marriage. Then they would become a junior commissioned officer. They would marry again because they will have a better wife. And when they became a
Yes,
commissioned officer, they would do a third marriage because now they will have a very high class girl from high class.
certainly,
This is common,
certainly. This
and this was all
yeah,
legal. I think it was not
yeah. This
that.
is all legal.
So
So I'm talk. This was all legal as far as having multiple wives or polygamy was concerned.
yeah.
But I'm mentioning that the Veshyagaman or the institute of courtesan, it lost its proper legal status. It lost
So
its
we
place
can.
where the king was obligated to provide funding to it to promote the arts. You see the big difference.
Well,
It was obligatory
again,
upon
I think
ancient.
again, I would still, I'm not contesting what you say. I'm just saying the only, I've, from the stories, I'm a person who's been on the road, and
Mhm.
I've discovered the last remaining masters who were born in the last decade of the 19th century. And I
Yeah,
studied it. Otherwise, things would have died. I mean, people I've known who've been in the university bounds, mostly, especially Punjab, the universities of Punjab and other places. So
yeah.
many lines of knowledge that I recovered were not even mapped. So I have a plug-in to another India which were not mapped, especially the uncolonized India. India doesn't know. Colonized India has no idea about the uncolonized India. I represent
I
that.
agree.
Music, for
I agree.
example, has remained more there. The colonized music is totally different. We see them as a very big divide, and arts and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But it's only a matter of stretching. I'm just I don't think there is no difference at all of opinion. It's just a matter of how far you're bringing it to the 8th, 9th century. I'm saying things in one shape or another, they've survived until the partition of India, and I think I'm not wrong in inferring that something drastic happened post 1947 and post 1950.
Well, that was one big watershed, and I would say a even bigger watershed was 1857. You see,
Well,
when many
1857
things.
is glorified beyond a point. We look at the East India Company, which had business interests, and most of the people were in debt kingdoms because they were wanting to be in business with them. It's a company, and they had a way of giving debt. They were selling debt, accumulating debt. Then they wanted to now, to sort of recover their debt, and then suddenly there were things. So I know that a lot has been glorified. I understand there's a lot of patriotism now to do with it. We were on the other side. Punjab was fighting when some of these very soldiers were sort of invading Punjab and raping and looting stuff and all that. There was such a big divide between kingdoms and so on and so forth. To
No,
see
I'm
it
not
in one
talking.
blanket way, as they say, it's an Indian mutiny. It's nothing called Indian mutiny. It was just a few
No,
kingdoms
no,
who were, you
no, I'm
know,
not talking. I'm not talking of 1857 as War of Independence. No,
I see.
I'm not talking of that. I'm talking of the big transition
From
that took
takeover,
place in
Mughal
Italy.
Empire. Yes, exactly. That's what I said. That
The-
with the coming of the British, yes, but then within these
right.
sovereign states that there were, all this culture
Many
was still
things
there.
continued.
Exactly
Oh yes, many things continued according to the old order.
until 1947. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah.
In 1947, of course, the princely states, because they ceased to be, so everything which they had preserved, good or bad, it just disappeared
Yeah,
under one.
baby was thrown with the water.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true.
That was one. The other, so I'm glad that now sort of there's some sort of understanding that we have with
Right.
regards to the time stretch that
Yeah.
one way or
Right.
another the waters continue to flow. With regards to the adultery or the art of seducing other people's wives,
Yeah.
and you note that the chapter is problematic. I am of the opinion that this is an important section.
Yeah.
For it teaches me how to counter men who would be wanting to seduce my wives, my courtesans, and my mistresses. So it's more, I see it more to do as a psychological trait. So it teaches me to be very sakshar about how men could behave. If I have a very good harem, there would be bumblebees around, and I know how to counter. So even Triya Charitra by in the Dasam Granth, it is not just about women's charitra. The Dadrishtant, as we see in the old exegetical order, some of the fools in Punjab, they think, oh, how can the Kok Shastra be written in Dasam Bani and all that, or Triya Charitra be written, Kam Bilas Granth be written? How is it possible? Because it teaches me about what happens when a man sees a woman, when a woman sees a man. How they are to the extent a man and a woman goes to either to get a woman or a man or to disown a woman or a man. So for me, the idea of Triya Charitra is not just the Triya, the aurat that I see or the mard that I see, but what happens to me when I see a Triya.
You see,
Right?
this is exactly
So this is where I think where I disagree with the notion, if at all, that is a problematic chapter, because it teaches me about the extent to the man that the man can go and how to keep fences and create fences.
You see, it is problematic only from the moral point of view. It is not problematic from the
morality
psychological.
of which era? Are you talking morality of India today?
No, even in Vātsyāyana, as a broad principle, Vātsyāyana would say that it is not a good thing to go on seducing others' wife because it is highly punishable in law.
Yeah, that's
It was a severe. So he
I
would
mean,
say,
if there was a big Sardar, if there was
no, just a minute. He has given so many reasons why not only men but women also need to do this. You see, what you are talking about, the psychology, what happens when there is a sexual encounter or when there is an encounter between a male and a female. So many things that happen. So he takes into account all those. And he says that when these factors come in play, then this section becomes operative. That is, having relationships beyond marital circle. You see, this is something which has been part of Indian society in a very strong way till very recent times. The sexual relationship beyond marriage. What Vātsyāyana has written a whole section about and analyzed it psychologically, that has been part of human behavior. And he says that let's take into account the human behavior and from that point of view, try to understand the Kāmasūtra. So, that's the whole thing. It's problematic only from the point of view of strict point of view of morality and dharma.
There's another fact I can add to our conversation. You see, there was another kind of marriage which Vātsyāyana has not mentioned. I have not fully read. I've seen always excerpts of the text here and there. I've been totally delved into recovering it, and the ecosystem of the parampara. This is one of the leaves where I've been sort of trying to recover, because these scriptures have existed and they're not meaningless scriptures. Anything to do with the Kok Shastra or the Triya Charitra or the Kāmasūtras, these are important parts. So these are part of the narratives and they're part of the ecosystem I'm trying to recover. And hence this conversation also.
So
The
that kind
point,
of marriage?
there's a point. let's say, I'm coming to that. Let's say I am a feudal lord.
Yeah.
Or I'm a king. And my estate is worth 2,000 villages or 5,000 villages, X number of villages.
Yeah.
Within that, let's say there are 50 tribes, different tribes. Now, it will be customary at times for every tribe to, as the girl child would be taught, that they would feel confident that the feudal lord or the king also had their confidence, and they had their confidence. They would marry one girl from their tribe to their feudal lord.
Yeah.
And if that hand was refused, it would be seen as politics from other tribes, that they have now taken siege of the kings' or the minds and the ear, the eyes.
Yeah.
And they would break alliance and go to another king. They would, whoever they would think would be looking after their interests. So those marriages occurred. It was not just, that was beyond this purview, at least what we've heard today. I'm just adding now. Point is that a king or a privileged man, or especially kings and feudal lords, had wives more than they would consummate. There were harems they had to keep, and within that there was an etiquette of identifying women, and women who were otherwise not have access to the king, literally, that they may not even bear children, they would have children of another order, which would be children of these wives of a king, but who were not the king's children. And this chapter also deals with that how do you identify those women who are otherwise sort of not to the status where they have the access to the king, but they have the status. They have the ear. They are the ears and the eyes of their tribe in the kingdoms. These chapters also dealt with that. They gave the etiquette to those wives who were not as fortunate as the senior wives, and gave the etiquette to other generals, lesser lords, etc., and other rich people, and they would have relationships.
Vātsyāyana, I didn't go into it, but Vātsyāyana clearly mentions that for those who want to infiltrate into a royal harem and enjoy the women there is a lot of scope, because there are women exactly of the kind you just described. He said there are so many women there who are never able to have access to the king, and the lover, he can have it to them. And they need men to satisfy themselves. So you are right. That was part of the social system.
And I wish...
mentions it.
And I know that given the paucity of time, it was not covered, but I thought at least to the conversation, I would mention again from the references of life that I have seen. Not just
I'm very glad that you brought it up. You see, because Vātsyāyana has dealt with every aspect of sexuality as it occurs. Because he is writing a Shastra.
It's a diary.
Is about everything that happens which is seen in the world. Shastra is something which is happening in Loka.
Exactly, and it's important.
It has to be covered fully.
And you see, your source is the text, and I have been plugging into the life that I was trying to, the ruins of Punjab or South Asia, where I've been digging out, and my information is on the basis of what I've listened, what I've heard from the elders. So that's an important matching of what Vātsyāyana is doing at that time, noting down. My sources are oral narratives and oral histories, and I have gotten them by touching those masters who've lived that life, right? So it's a very important tallying of sources and of tallying of our respective streams of knowledge. Now, if you have anything to contribute, or I go to the next point.
Yeah, please go to the next.
So the other observation that was that this diary, which you also seen today, you were very clear. The other day, it was not implied in a way, but I'm glad that you dealt with it today. That this book, as I felt, is a diary of the rich. It seems to be a book by a privileged one, and it's for the rich who could afford a harem, keep up with the bills of courtesans, etc. And you also yourself mentioned about the Ganikas, the highest categories of courtesans, and the women of royal household were learned. Now, it is not possible for an ordinary man or the underserved, underprivileged man to even, I mean, this is mind-boggling. It would be a culture shock. It would be they would just not be able to apprehend at all what this life was, apart from the fact that they knew the privileged house, because the moment you stepped out of the fort or a palace or a mansion, there was or the gardens, as you mentioned, there was a very ordinary life. The gap was huge between the subject and the lords of the day.
Right. But I would make one comment here, that there was also the lowest category of the Vaishya.
Yeah, of course.
The lowest category of the Vaishya was available to very low class people.
Yeah.
And the very low class people, out of their very humble earnings, could visit. And at the same time, the lower class people were, after all, don't forget that they were employed in largest number in the Vaishya Griha. The Vaishyas provided employment.
The soldiers had access to Vaishyas. Workers had no, and they were very ordinary soldiers, low ranks, and of course
and not only soldiers, there were people who would look after the horses, after the cows,
the whole entire ecosystem,
the whole paraphernalia. And if you see some plays, then they mention incidents where the Ganika is quite aware of the needs of one of her servants and how she provides a lover out of another servant, male servant, to her. So all this was part of...
and then there were Ganikas and others who were condemned if they had a displeasure, if they were found in any way conniving. They were condemned to the low caste. They were sent out as a punishment. The statuses and titles were taken, and they would be given out to the... they were demoted, drastically demoted.
I mean, all kinds of oppression also happened. All kinds of generosity also happened,
and corruption.
So human interplay at every level.
Exactly. If I may, one of my students, Nihal, who's from UC Berkeley, if we go away from Kāmasūtra, it's your other incarnation to do with the Natya, the Greek scriptures the Greek Indo-Greek connections that you've had. Last week he had written and I asked Ashmita, the executive assistant at the Anād Foundation, to sift out some of the queries. This was from him, which I had personally noted the other day. He had sent it to me as well. And I quote, Book 8 of Aristotle's Politics concludes with a discussion of the role of Phrygian or Bhairavi and Dorian Kafi modes in educating the polis. Given your conversancy with ancient Greek aesthetics and Indic texts and classical music, how do you view the similarities and differences between ancient Greek and Indic conceptions of the role of music in ethical formation and the state of current scholarship as it touches on the question of the directionality of historical influence?
Right. Okay, I have dealt with this quite extensively in my book called Dramatic Concepts, Greek and Indian. There is a whole chapter which compares classical Greek music with classical Indian or ancient Indian music. And in that, I have pointed out that the Greeks had what they call the harmony. Harmony was something like what may be called today the melas or the thought. And each thought was supposed to represent a certain emotional ambience. So there was an ambience of the sad, like the Lydian mode was about pathos or sadness. The Doric mode was about enthusiasm or heroism. So the Greeks had this classification, and the Natyashastra also has this classification where different jatis, and the fundamental distinction between jatis is that they cater to different emotional ambience. So there is this great similarity. Then there are other similarities in terms of microtones, use of microtones. Then there are similarities in how you use melodic structure to expand into a melody for a long time. You see, even today, music from, let's say, Burma till Greece is one family. It's a family in which you take up a melody and you go on playing with that melody, expanding that melody, doing it in different kinds of rhythms, but it always remains a melody. There is no counterpoint, there is no harmony, or there is nothing like that. It's all simple horizontal stuff. There is nothing like vertical harmony, which we have for the last 400 years in Europe. So the ancient Greek and the ancient Indian, they had these great similarities, and then the Greeks influenced the Arabs, and the Arabs called these harmonized by the word maqam. So maqam, the Persian word maqam, is a translation of the Greek harmony. And the maqam then traveled to India, and it influenced Indians to categorize the grammar of music again in a different manner, and they categorized it in terms of melas, in terms of thought, etc. So we had this kind of development in last 700-800 years in the field of music. So the ancient music, Greek music, and Indian music, they had very practical similarities. And your disciple, he can refer to this chapter of my book.
Signal. I guess we lost him again. We'll have to wait. Hello. Hanji, hello. Hanji, aa gaye tusi. You're back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? मेरी आवाज आ रही है? डॉक्टर साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी?
फिर कट गया।
आप मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? वी कैन सी यू। हेलो हेलो, डॉक्टर साहब मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो 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 हेलो,
हाँ जी,
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ अब आई जी आपकी आवाज, वो दोबारा कट गया लगता है।
हाँ नहीं, वो आप दिख रहे थे।
अच्छा
हाँ हाँ, आप दिख रहे हैं आप।
अच्छा, अब तो मैंने दोबारा रिकनेक्ट किया।
अच्छा,
तो
आई कैन नॉट।
हाँ, वी कैन कैरी ऑन।
नहीं, आपकी तस्वीर फ्रोजन है, मैं फिर से मिलाता हूँ। लेट
अच्छा,
मी डायल यू बैक। हाँ, इट्स नॉट
ओके।
आप दिख नहीं रहे हैं इसमें।
मुझे
आपका चलता फिरता अवतार चाहिए ना हमें। Let me dial him again. So I'm going to run down by your questions, people. Ready them, and I'll cover the first ones from last week. Hopefully this connection comes up. and then I'll come to the ones that you've written today or you're about to write. Don't. Come on, Mr. Signal. Redialing now. Let's see. Amarjeet, let me start the questions from the beginning, innit? And Jagsir Man, my college senior, he joined in. Glad, thank you to everyone who joined in.
Can you?
Yes, I can hear you now, yes. But I cannot see you yet. I can see you actually. आपका कुछ आगे कैमरे के आगे, हाँ. Are you calling from the phone now?
हाँ.
अच्छा, उसको टेढ़ा कर लें. Can you put it?
Is that better?
Yeah, it is better, yeah. But चलो ऐसा कर लेते हैं. मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है आपको? Can you hear me?
Can you see?
मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
हाँ जी.
हाँ. एंड आपकी बत्ती आ गई है क्या? आपकी बत्ती आ गई है? हेलो.
हाँ जी, हाँ.
मैं क्या तुम्हारी लाइट आ गई है?
हाँ, वो लाइट तो मेरी नहीं गई थी, वो खाली डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था, पता नहीं क्यों.
अब लगाइए ना जरा उसको. Why don't you connect your computer now to the Wi-Fi?
अच्छा, एक मिनट.
हाँ, अगर बत्ती आ गई है तो
नहीं, वाईफाई से तो चल ही रहा है मेरा.
अच्छा,
हॉटस्पॉट
से नहीं?
हाँ, मेरा हॉटस्पॉट से चल रहा है.
नहीं, आप वाईफाई लगाइए ना उसको अब आप.
अच्छा, कंप्यूटर.
हाँ, कंप्यूटर पे लगाइए.
वाईफाई को ऑन करना पड़ेगा, वो हमने बंद कर दिया था.
हाँ, नहीं, ऑन कर लीजिए आप.
ऑन कर दो. तो फिर
आ गया
ये बंद कर दो.
Yes, now
आ गया.
Yeah, we are here now. Signal. I think he's changing from the mobile data plan to the computer Wi-Fi. Resume call. आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, आवाज तो आ रही है, और लेकिन ये स्काइप में आ रहा है मुझे.
अच्छा, आप मिलाइए मुझे कंप्यूटर से. आप मिलाइए.
अच्छा.
Happens sometimes if you dial and the connection is actually received by the phone first. So he was accepting the call from the phone and he was not showing up from his side. Let's see. Let us see. And I'll wait for his call. Narendra Pal Singh joined in, and Harvinder Kaur, Gurinder Pal Singh Mahi, Wajid is Sayyid. I don't know why I was laughing out loud. It's always a good thing to laugh. We had Gurpreet. Vidya Rao says Namaste to all the Gurus on this auspicious day of Guru Purnima. Congratulations to you all and blessings to you all. And she says thank you Baldeep ji. For organizing both the gurus of mine. Oh, from Professor Bharat ji and Dr. Satyavati. Oh, that's interesting, Vidya. It must be a special day for you. Interesting Guru Purnima for you. Both your teachers are listed today. A feature, in fact, today. Gurpreet Sami, Vanessa Sami, send salutations. And a thank you, Amarjeet Singh, Satkartar Pai Sahab ji, Satkartar ji Tanu bhi. Let me see what happened. Let me try and dial him myself. Let's see. And then we had Arvind Jauhar, then just Singh Srab. Microphone is off. Well, now it's working. At that time it was off. Yes. Arvind Jauhar says no sound. I thought so too. If the microphone's off, there would be no sound. Arvind. Kanak saying his voice is intermittent, sir. Well, my voice is like that. Vidyarao, no sound. Okay, no sound. Good luck. Anyway, you're not missing out anything. What is there for me to say? The Pal Singh also have records for this for a little volume than the other. I don't know his volume, like it's all the connection issues. Normally we do that, but again, let me dial again. Not going through. He's active now. Let's see. And sound usually, if on the other side one can't really connect beyond a point. And then Poonam Ayub says also maybe a higher level of philosophy of the text will also be desirable. Well, we can't desire beyond a point. We can only look at, depend on a scholar. हाँ, now I can hear you. Looks good. आवाज़ तो अच्छी आ रही है, कड़क. अब तस्वीर भी आ जाए आपकी तो बढ़िया होगा. Not yet getting your.
तो तस्वीर आ गई कंप्यूटर में.
अभी आई, अब आई है, हाँ, अब आ गई. Yes. Is this the phone? This is from the phone?
पता नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से ये फोन से है या किससे.
नहीं, ये फोन से है. आप मुझे मिलाइए ना उधर से.
ये मैं आपको इससे बंद करूं पहले.
नहीं, वहीं से मिलाइए. आप उधर से मिला दीजिए.
फोन से?
नहीं, कंप्यूटर से मिला दीजिए. Yeah, here we are. Yes, here we are. Okay, let me get you in. Yes.
क्या हुआ, आ गया खाना?
हाँ. So we are
हाँ तो तुम खाओ.
And then you were speaking. You were saying something, no? Or was I reading the next question?
हाँ. अब आप next question पर आ जाइए.
So
now you can hear me.
Yes, आप अच्छे दिख रहे हैं आप.
हाँ, बोलिए.
We can see you well.
हाँ.
So the other was from last week. Gulnar Sheetal Bhan says, could we consider the Kāmasūtra as a guide to the romance of the divine masculine and divine feminine energies within each one of us?
I don't think so, because Kāmasūtra is very specifically about normal everyday life of a normal everyday person. It is not about pursuing the divine through love. It is certainly not that. Mm-hmm. Because when we go to that level where the divine becomes the lover, then you don't need Kāmasūtra, because then you transcend not only the physical, that you transcend the social also. All social relationships are put aside, all physical relationships are put aside. It is entirely at the level of the individual self and the divine, because that's the realm, that's the realm of spirituality. So you have gone within. It's the inner experience. It's not the experience through the senses. Kāmasūtra makes it clear that Kama is about experiences through the senses, touch and hearing and tasting and smelling and all that. He defines it, that it is about the physicality.
So you
whereas pursuit of, let's say, Radha and Krishna or Meera and Krishna, that is entirely a different level. The players are different. The players are not in the body. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous. The whole concept of Krishna as one person and gopikas around him, and then Krishna in Maharas becoming a Krishna for each single gopi. You see, so these are all at the level of symbolism and spirituality and inner experience of the soul. They cannot be at the level of social or at the level of physical experience at all.
But in the old times, the idea of Gopika, I mean, the idea of the herons having is very synonymous with the idea of the Gopikas. No? That's what the extension was literally happening. At the time, kings had multiple wives. Krishna was a king. Krishna was a king,
But
and
right.
and they would seek out. It was like a sought after thing. If you were a woman and
Yeah,
you had the pleasure of the king, then yes, it is
Krishna's wife.
extrapolated.
It's only that you take the simile. You see, the harem becomes a simile, or many women and one man, because the
But
wives of Krishna are different
his
from
stories are
both of
known.
us.
I mean,
Somebody else's wife. You see, this
and it
question.
talks about and the Kāmasūtra talks about other people's wives.
Yes, but then Kama Sutra is very specific that it is at the level of physical pleasure, whereas Srimad Bhagavatam is very specific, is not at physical pleasure. The question is raised in Srimad Bhagavatam. He says that Krishna, you are dancing here with so many women who are wives of others. Why are you doing something which is socially unacceptable? Why are you doing this pratipa or this adharmic thing? You call yourself a promoter of dharma, of social example. Why are you doing this? So the answer is given that this is not being done in the physical world. Here, Krishna is the Lord. He is the Lord within everybody. And he is the Lord within every
Bhumipati,
gopika. He is the Lord within every,
Even the Nepal king until now, one of his titles was Vishnu
yeah,
Avatar. All the kings were
yeah,
considered the incarnations of God. So we have to see it
yeah. No,
also in that regard.
yeah, but that is only for a specific purpose. For instance, in Hindu marriage, the male, till such time the marriage ceremony is being conducted, is considered as Vishnu, and the woman is considered as Lakshmi. Now, you call them Lakshmi and Vishnu in the limited sense, in the sense that they are they are repeating the divine function of the divine sustainer, but they are earthly sustainers.
But the kings and the queens, their domain was until the next kingdom began, and they
No,
owned
no, no.
until
Just,
their jurisdiction was bigger than like an ordinary,
yes,
men like us, me and you, the
yes,
underserved and underprivileged.
granted. But the king has, the king was bound by the social norms of the times. Everybody's wife was not his
They were
wife.
the law. They were the law. And
Yeah,
much happened in palaces. If they didn't desire, nobody escaped the palaces too. In a way, we
breaking
all
the
know
law.
that.
Well, breaking the law is a different matter. You see, breaking the law is something which is always something which is where human beings
It's such
fall
an
short of
esoteric
their
idea
practicality.
about law. I mean, let's say there were 20 kingdoms. What was the law that was practiced by the 20 kingdoms? It was at the pleasure. The kings were the law. The monarchs, they devised whatever they said,
And
whatever they judged as,
no,
as you know,
So it depended from king to king.
That's what I'm
See,
saying.
every
So,
king would be
fair enough.
different kinds of
Fair enough. That's good
conduct.
enough for me because that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. That it was unilateral. There were people who followed more than they needed to. There were others who followed their own manmat.
nothing,
Yeah, exactly.
nothing. Yeah,
The,
certainly.
the next question is by Amarjit Singh, or was by Amarjit Singh. Would like to know your view. I'm just reading. If you would like to know his views on Tantra, does he acknowledge the concept of it? It's an important question, according to him. Please ask him what his views and how it's different from Kāmasūtra. End quote. Amarjit Singh from last week.
Well, you see, Tantra is a spiritual practice. Tantra sexuality is not normal male desire for female and vice versa. In Tantra, sexuality is used as a sadhana. You are made to do certain things in order to realize certain other things. And the first thing that in Tantra you are taught is that the pleasure of sex is not what you have come for here. Here you have come for to transcend sexual pleasure through sexual pleasure. A very simple example, they would make you cohabit with uh, 10 women or with your own sister or with somebody else's wife or with your own mother. Now that was one of the tactics to completely uh, completely deconstruct the normal association of sex and the normal association of sexuality with human behavior. So that was transcending sex through sex, and that had to be done only through a guru and only under a proper sadhana. Today we read the text and we think that, this is something I can do, I can practice. But all tantras make it clear that nothing is to be practiced unless you have a proper teacher, right from A to Z. So there is no similarity between the two.
Yeah.
It's all
part of
it's
part
all
of
like,
deconstruction was also to break the idea, the taboo of sexuality, that it's bound only to one side. There are some of these sutras, old times, where the brother would say, "My the first right over the sister is mine," kind of a
yeah,
thing. So. I
yeah.
think the
It was
Tantra also
never,
destroyed that notion that only sex
yeah,
can only be
it
between an X and Y.
so
There was, or between that it cannot
Tantra
be between a
destroyed,
mother and a son or a father and a
yeah,
daughter.
yeah, Tantra destroyed every kind of
Yeah,
social contextuality of sex.
yeah,
As a matter of fact, Tantra is one of the boldest examples of sexual experimentations in human history. Very few people are able to understand it.
yeah,
And very few people will understand it only if they go through a very rigorous discipline of reading through the Shastras like Abhinav Gupta's Tantra Lok or various other very well-known texts of Tantra, Vam Marg. Here we are talking of the Vam Marg, the Tantra which practice sexuality. So it is only by a deep initiation into that Tantra that you can go. It has nothing to do with Kāmasūtra.
yeah. So the next
Kam-
is by Nihal again. Why Dr. Gupt views Sargun and Nirgun? This from last Sunday as well. Why Dr. Gupt views Sargun and Nirgun as fundamentally different from the Abrahamic concepts of immanence and transcendence, which are similarly ascribed
no,
to God.
no, the immanence and transcendence doesn't fall in there at all. Because in the Abrahamic paradigm, creator is always and always distinct from creation. You see, there is only one exception, and that is birth of Christ, the only begotten Son. That's why they always use the word only. only begotten Son. This is the only exception that God had. So, you see, in the Abrahamic system, creation is not God. Creation is created by God. Throughout their whole theology clearly states that. That is why the Sufis are not considered Muslims by the fundamentalist or the strict Sunni Muslims. They would say there is no question of the individual uh, merging with God, fana. So they say this fana, the whole concept of fana is nonsense. It cannot happen. It is kufr. So you see, I mean, we have to respect that theological presumption which they themselves have made. So it's not that I am imposing anything.
Okay.
It's their own doctrine. It's their doctrine.
And then there is a Gular Sheetal Bhan. It's come to me. Maybe sometimes the questions may be up and down, but in front of me, the list that has been sorted. There's one from Gular Sheetal Bhan. There was one last week. Quote: "There is the matriarchal culture of one woman and multiple husbands in Ladakh and many tribes across the Indian landscape. Abundance is not just material; it has to be an abundance of capacity to feel and embody and engage, isn't it?"
Yeah. Now you see, there were many systems in the Indian continent in which there was one woman having many husbands. It's not just in Ladakh. Till very recently, it was prevalent in Himachal, and it was present in India. Draupadi is a clear example of it, and Mahabharata makes it very obvious that it's a legal official system which is followed in some parts, and Pandavas can also follow it. They won't be doing something unheard, unspoken of. So these were the systems, but because they were what is called lokachar, applicable in certain regions, you cannot make a whole shastra on it, because then the shastra would run contrary to their needs. You see, India had always two systems of law. One was the All India system, or called the Shastrachar, and then there was always a Lokachar, a conduct or a morality or a system which was applicable in that region. For instance, in Tamil Nadu, you could marry your mother's brother. You see, a girl could be married off to a mama. That was considered, I mean, it still happens perhaps, but in Tamil Nadu that was Lokachar. And the Shastrakar said that Lokachar is to be respected. It is to be given the first place, the first preference over Shastrachar. And so India had these multiple systems of moral conduct all over India. But there was also something called pan-Indian, broadly speaking, pan-Indian system. And Kāmasūtra is functioning within that. But the realm of Kāmasūtra is sexuality. So it could operate in any social system where a woman has 4 husbands or 3 husbands. Because you are talking of sexual pleasure, sexual encounter, going beyond the marital circle. All these things could apply to that society also. But then obviously Kāmasūtra was something largely urban. I mean, let's accept the fact that it was something which operated within the large cities. It was not something which was applied to, or there was no need for it to be applied in small villages or in remote areas, or with people having different kinds of social customs. It was very different.
Amarjeet Singh from last week, another important question I would like to ask about the Chinese philosophy of yin and yang. whose interlocking yin-yang symbol explains everything from
Yeah.
politics, philosophy, medicine, culture, sexuality, and also binds it to
Right.
it into one as unit compared to Kāmasūtra, which does not have a huge connection to it. But still, Kāmasūtra is more male-dominated, or men try to benefit more from it. So it's put under the wraps. Please throw some light on the subject. Does he acknowledge that Chinese yin and yang more acceptable than Kāmasūtra? That's his question.
No, you see, yin and yang is a philosophic system, and yin and yang has a parallel in the Sankhya Yoga, in the Purusha Prakriti system. And it is at that philosophical level that there is a great similarity and parity between the Indian system and the Chinese system. Just as in China they presume that the yin and the yang are the two fundamental principles of samsara or creation, similarly Purusha and Prakriti. So these are broad philosophical principles. They are not applications of sexual practices. I think there was some borrowing from China into Kāmasūtra and vice versa. Some people have kind of tried to explore that, and that must have happened because a relationship with China was something very deep and very close for thousands of years. So all exchanges must have taken place in medicine and sexuality. But these are philosophic systems. They are not to be taken in terms of physical appearance or physical bodies.
And you mentioned something about before we come to today's. I'll look out for questions from today. You mentioned about that Kama Sutra is not talking about attainment or spirituality as such. Now that, of course, is the third element of the Char Padarth, Dharam, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. Arth, of course, material prosperity does not. Samun Sa Sultan, Girha Seti, Maltan, Kidi Tulla, Unijatis Maronavis. As much has been said by the gurus and other, masters, that prosperity mere and even indulgence doesn't really. Even Tantra has been said to be a futile exercise in the end, because reviews have been made over the last millennium, last 1,000 years and so on and so forth. Many people have reflected on how people have tried. It's always a rare person who's gotten, the moksha. Likewise, dharma is basically virtuous living. It is not intended. That's why the fourth, as I mentioned the other day, it was not by no reason that moksha was added in the end, because any exercise, in the end, it is the contentment and so on and so forth. And fourth was added for a reason. Do you think it's proper to infer that, or I'm just wanting to share that in any case? Yeah.
The idea of dharma is very extensive here, but in Kāmasūtra it means more of moral content. But other than that, there is a whole element of spiritual upliftment. And the presumption in Kāmasūtra is that somebody who has lived a life of senses in fullness will be able to progress towards a life beyond the senses. See, in the whole of Indian culture, classical culture, there is no admiration for abnegation or denial. And all the great saints and all the great savants and the yogis are people who have had a full life of the senses. See, they are not people who are starved or who denied some kind of sexual pleasure. You see, this denial of sexuality is an entirely different paradigm, and not even Islam accepts it at all. It's a purely Christian phenomenon.
Sexual deprivation is a new idea in India. It's an alien idea, I think.
Yeah.
Indians have not been historically sexually deprived, I would say.
No. No. The idea came into India from 19th century.
Yeah.
It's before 19th century, you don't find it in any text, valuable, no valuable text.
If at all, Indians could be, we the Indians could be accused of overindulgence in sexuality rather than
Exactly.
deprivation
Exactly.
of any kind.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now,
Right.
if I may come to some of the I'm actually I have to prepare for my next Baiṭhak, so we'll just wind up quickly. And I know that Yukti
Yeah.
has already disowned you for lunch today. She's had to eat alone. You're disenfranchised from your lunch. And I have to eat too. But artist Siddharth, he noted that Vātsyāyana's Kāmasūtra seems to be very male oriented and mostly restricted to the physical level and does not evolve beyond. That was his observation that he shared in the comments, maybe as an answer to somebody writing. But if you would like to underscore what he's observing.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's male oriented. As a matter of fact, Kama Sutra is all the time talking of mutual pleasure. You see, it may appear male oriented because it's described from the point of view of what a man can do, and that it is written in a society where dissemination of information would be through men. But he is constantly talking about what women want. And in each and every chapter, there is a substantial amount of description of what a woman wants at every step, not just in physical intercourse, but in talking, in approaching, in dealing. So the psychology of women is very deeply explored there, because the kind of union that Kama Sutra is talking about, it's based upon mutual participation. So I would contest that it is male oriented. As a matter of fact, it looks at both sides constantly. What you find is that at the moment he says this is what men want, he will go, but women want this. So he will go on to compare male orgasm with female orgasm. He'll discuss with all those things in detail, and different acharyas having different opinion on female orgasm or on how the sexual desire arouses and falls in intercourse among women. So he's quite, I mean, he is very, very particular about the needs of women. In fact, very much so. So there is no favoring, because he says this thing cannot happen unless there is mutual agreement on the both sides. So that way, it's not male oriented.
Rima Teek Singh from Bangalore is asking any study on how in olden times men dealt with midlife crisis and karma energies.
How anybody would what?
How men dealt with midlife crisis and karma
Oh,
energies.
midlife crisis.
Is there any study or
Uh,
any mention in these
so
old?
Kama Sutra has some indications about middle life crisis, and the last chapter is talking about various external aids, and it's talking about beautifying yourself, which obviously means that when you have started becoming ugly, when you have lost the whole. And then in various sections, it also talks about, it's constantly talking about the lover as a young lover, a lover as a middle-aged lover, and as an elderly lover. But he doesn't use age as a criteria. He uses passion. You see, lovers with very little passion, with a lot of passion, with hardly any passion. And then he categorizes them and talks about how to deal with that situation. And how can women accommodate that? How can the man accommodate himself? So that kind of middle age crisis But it's very different from the present day middle age crisis. You
Yeah,
see,
of course, times
it's an
change.
entirely different phenomenon.
Yeah. I mean, some people have a crisis because internet is not working.
Yes.
So it's a new kind of crisis.
Yeah, we
Uh,
just avoided it today.
isn't it? The other day we had our midlife crisis. The other day it all conked off. For several
Right.
hours I thought I had gone bonkers. Anyway, was Narendra Pal Singh says he was expecting Vātsyāyana's perspective about monogamy and polygamy. But I think you've addressed some. But if you want to say something on that, add anything to what you said earlier.
You know, there's no concept of monogamy there. Uh, there is a monogamy only for one category of women, the Kulavadhu. You see, the respectable woman, she is supposed to be monogamous. But nobody else, no other kind of woman, no other kind of man is supposed to be monogamous. The concept of monogamy doesn't exist. The concept of Kulavadhu exists. That is the woman who is to carry on the family line and who would not like the family line to be polluted. So now whether it is right or wrong or good or bad, that's an entirely different question. But Kāmasūtra thinks of that. But for all others, for all other kinds of women, it's not prescribing monogamy. It's prescribing multiple relationships with many kinds of men and with many kinds of activities. It's only the Kulavadhu who is supposed to be monogamous and chaste, if you want to use the word chaste. Yeah.
And there was one from Amarjit Singh who was talking about saying that now when it comes to the act, which only lasts a few seconds, that the dilemma of people mostly, or women, mostly women, is that was it worth it? Now people want to know how does karma science help in prolonging the actual act to minutes from seconds to tens of minutes? That is the question that Kāmasūtra does explain and address. Does he has to say anything about it?
Oh yes, yes. Kāmasūtra in fact talks in very great detail about how to prolong sexual pleasure and how to approach sexual encounter. And for Kāmasūtra, it's a whole long ritual. It begins with a lot of mental preparation. It begins with a lot of mental activity. For instance, Kāmasūtra prescribes that the newlywed will not consummate their marriage for 3 days, that they will not sleep on bed, that they would be talking, but at the same time they would be painting and they would be talking about sex. They would be talking about love. They would be talking to each other, getting familiar with each other, about each other's lives and pledging loyalty to each other. So the Kāmasūtra prescribes that there should be a lot of mental preparation. And once that whole emotional preparation has happened, then you go for consummation. And similarly, it's all the time talking of of the emotional and the psychological. Kama Sutra has only one chapter on the physicality, the Samprayogic, but all of the chapters are about mental situations. See that how to go about uh, a particular mission, so to speak, in a given situation, and with the kind of relationship that you are having. So, with every kind of woman, every category, status of woman, you would be approaching differently. That is why, and that's his presumption. He says that that's why human beings need Kam Shastra. Because human beings have a lot of baggage to carry, which animals don't.
Yeah. There is one from Poonam Ayub. She says, would love to know what the colonizers thought about the Shastra teachings, Kama Shastra teachings, about seduction of neighbors as wives. for the believers of Christianity, it was expressly forbidden to, quote, covet your neighbor's wife, end quote, and is one of the 10 commandments and is the 10th one, if
Yes,
not, if one is not
yes.
mistaken. I mean, I may want to add there, maybe the writers of the commandments read Kāmasūtra and then they make sure don't venture into the idea of neighbors' wives. Huh?
It's possible that Moses had read something in
Yeah,
Egypt, because Egypt was in close connection with
yeah,
India.
yeah.
And so he may have read a pretty simple book. Well, you see, the Victorians, they had a horror of sex. And it was
Oh,
not
as if,
only
as
vis-a-vis
if,
India.
as if.
Uh, so the Kama Sutra was just something which was totally shocking. Not just Kama Sutra, Khajuraho, Konark, everything in Indian sexuality was highly problematic for them. Not just problematic, it was devilish. It was pure and simple devilish. Dance was devilish. You see, dance was devil. So many dances in India were called devil dancing, like Teyyam. They were just named as devil dances. So I don't think they had really put their minds to it. You see, music and dance is what fortunately the Europeans could not get into. I'm very glad they couldn't get into in the 19th and 20th century. And now that they are getting into our music and dance, I am not very happy the way they are, getting into it. I mean, it's very good as long as they are documenting it and they have done marvelous job. But the moment they start theorizing it, they reverse the very purpose of music, because Indian music and dance is about transcendence. It's not about bringing you back to your social, cultural, and your ethnographic level. So in the West, because all Indology study in the West is ethnographic, so it defeats the very purpose of music and art. Indian art is not ethnographic. Ethnology is only a jumping ground. It only provides liberty, it only provides variety, it only provides diversity. But once you have taken this diverse equipment, you go up. And going up is not something which can be prescribed by anybody. It has to be done. It is it's a sadhana. And we know in India people have all kinds of people from all walks of life have done wonders with it.
Well, Poonam Ayub has I wouldn't say it's a pushback, but she's, just to clarify, she's saying 10 commandments preceded Victorians by 2000 years. So that's her question. She's, I think, requesting to have a rethink from rather than just the Victorians, but how did they see about the commandments? I think we were talking about the commandments, Moses, and knowing about Kāmasūtra, wanting about talking about wives. But I don't know, all that is written is sometimes written by people to control. I have a feeling that when you create people, when you colonize, you snatch a people's humor, people's is language, and people's is sexuality. You control these three and you have a grip on them. And you have them totally. So I think some of these texts, although because they survived, because they were in privileged cellars, they were in the walls, that's how things survived. And other text which was outside, which was even anti that which is survived, is not there because it didn't have privileged cellars or packings. And
here there's one thing. You see, Kama Sutra, remember, survived not just on its own. Kāmasūtra was written and rewritten by dozens of other texts. Every 300 to 400, 500 years, there was a new Kāmasūtra in India. There's a whole line of them.
Yeah.
Right up to 18th century, Koka Pandit and this and that. So people were rewriting Kāmasūtra. And the great thing about Indian Shastras is that all the significant Shastras were being rewritten.
I mean, there was so much that Gurū Nanak's teachings were written in Sanskrit. Many of them, they would respond, and they were actually it was beyond malice. It was also noting down the gyan which is coming on that day. There was a sacred.
Right.
People misuse it. Some people say, "Oh, Guru Nanak ji jo likha hai, wo shastra mein tha." People forget that उन्हीं से सुन के लिखा गया, क्योंकि रिवायत थी. If there is a revelation of the day, it is noted down in a sattvic manner. But the idiots of today, they would say, "अरे जो गुरु नानक लिखा वो तो पहले ही था. पहले कहाँ था, कौन सा पहले ले आओ ना, कोई दिखाइए टेक्स्ट कौन सा था." So that also, there are things that he has done.
Those are the fights of the small-minded.
Yeah.
They don't understand that.
The record keeping, जो तवारीख लिखते हैं, जो इल्हाम की तवारीख लिखते हैं, वो एक बहुत बड़ी क्रिया थी. It is almost like taking कि अच्छा आज पुत्र कौन है उसका डाटा लिखना, आज का इल्हाम क्या है वो नोट करना, उसको क्या है.
This was followed at all levels. This was followed at the level of a Vaidya. For instance, if a Vaidya discovered a new medicine or made a new discovery in some kind of a plant, then his disciples will note it immediately. Whatever you added to your research, the tradition of noting it. So if something was noted, if something was revealed at the highest level, then the disciples would write that down also. So the disciples were all the time kept there in order to keep a record. And India was a land of massive records. ये तो सब लोगों ने बना दिया है कि हम record नहीं रखते.
Exactly.
We kept records of as to who visited a particular tirth when. I went to Rameshwaram in 1976, and the Pandit came and said that here is your uncle who came in 1952 with his wife, and I could see the signature in his book. My uncle's signature, name and signature. So India has been keeping immaculate records. Only we don't know how to do proper sociological research about it.
Artist Prem Singh ji has written in a caste written in India. Did it cast a reflection on Kāmasūtra?
Caste?
Yeah, in a caste written in India.
Varna and Jati?
Yeah, there are two castes. One is with the E that he writes, and the other one is without the E. In a caste written in India, did it cast a reflection on Kāmasūtra? That's a very colorful question.
Now, you see, Kāmasūtra does not go into any kind of a question on that, because Kāmasūtra is clear that you have to do certain things for keeping a family and family line. So that is your conduct with your married wife. But then caste is being constantly subverted in Kāmasūtra for karmic pleasure, for carnal pleasure. Kāmasūtra is all the time showing you the ways of going beyond the caste, of how to go, how to do something which is not permitted. For instance, if you are going to keep a woman as mistress, as punarbhu, somebody who has left her husband and who wants to come and live with you, then you will not look to her caste. Then you would look to various other things which make her suitable for you to take her as a subsidiary wife, so to speak, or as a co-wife. Kāmasūtra is not talking about her caste.
As I read the other day, Girdhar Kavi Rai's Kundliya Chand, ke 35-36 patada malak jat juru is again about a feudal lord. Ke 35-36 patada malak jat jarur, telan mochan dumani, chudi vi manjur, borni, baji garni, saman mile nisang sang ratti nahi karni. So the whole trade of the Lord is everyone is welcome.
No, not only that, I think it is said in a particular context that which is the woman who can give me the best satisfaction.
Yeah.
And Kāmasūtra
That's
says,
quite an
okay,
idea.
if you want to go ahead and do it, so then you are free to do it. Although those who follow the dharma will frown upon it, but it is still permissible within the ambit of Kāmasūtra.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Saab. I need to take leave. I'm 58 minutes from Professor Dr. T.S. Satyavati. I'm going to be listening to Understanding the 72 Male Karta Ragas at 4:30. And it was very, very kind of you to spend time and giving us an overview. We didn't go line by line. We didn't cover 1250 sutras, but maybe one day we will. We'll talk about the 64 postures, mudras of the sexual encounter, if I may. I mean, I would love to do that. Not with you, maybe with someone else. I don't know. We'll see. Because I think to destroy this taboo and understanding life, understanding body, and therefore respecting it. The key is that chajave. We sometimes pick up a pen. किसी को कलम पकड़ाएं तो वापस लेते हैं तो लगता है कि कोई बलात्कारी ताबीयत ने इसको हाथ लगाया है. So I think when we understand our mind, when we understand our body, when we understand the idea of relationships, I was saying that when we understand our mind, the idea is about understanding the body and our relationships, and then we make them ornate. How can we make our relationships ornate? How can we make our body ornate? How can we make our mind ornate? And then, as I always say, it is about the alaukik vivaha. It is the alaukik suhagan. It is not about being an alaukik mistress of any kind. Parampurk Parameswara कहते व्याह हुआ. Guru Sahib कहते हैं, Guru Amardas, Hare Bare Gare Sa Arana Vya Hoa Mere Babula Vya Hoa Mere Babula Guru Mukhe Har Paya Guru Mukhe Hari Paya. ये है विवाह. विवाह हुआ मेरे बाबुला गुरुमुखे हर पाया अज्ञान अंधेरा कटया अज्ञान अंधेरा कटया गुरु ज्ञान प्रचंड बलाया हाउ में रोग गया दुखला था हाउ में रोग गया दुखला था आप गुरुमत खाधा अकाल मूर्ति वर पाया अविनाशी ना कदे मर न जाया विया हुआ मेरे बाबुला गुरुमुखे हर पाया विया
Very appropriate conclusion, because we are repeating the first verse, Ganga Taranga Ramaniya Jata Kalapam, the Shiva Parvati union in this creation.
Huzur creation ਦਾ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਰਬਦ ਨਰਬਦ ਧੁੰਦੂ ਕਾਰਾ ਧਰਨ ਨ ਗਗਨਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਅਪਾਰਾ ਨਾਦ ਨ ਰਹਿਨ ਨ ਚੰਦ ਨ ਸੂਰਜ ਸੁਨ ਸਮਾਧੀ ਲਗਾਏ ਦਾ ਖਾਣੀ ਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੌਣ ਨ ਪਾਣੀ ਓਪਤ ਖਪਤ ਨ ਆਵਣ ਜਾਣੀ. And then he says na shiv shakti ना बिंद, भूल रहा हूं कि वहां तब ना शिव था ना शकत था, वो अकाल, वो अच्छा। जाते जाते मुझे ना आपकी भैरों से मैं ना राग भैरों ते कविता लिखी सी, ਉਹਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਵੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਮ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਤ੍ਰਿਸ਼ੂਲ ਦੀ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਲਿੰਗ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ 2012 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ, ਇਟਸ ਔਨ ਮਾਈ ਬਲੌਗ, ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਆ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਐਪਰੋਪਰੀਏਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੁੱਟ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਰਿਮਾਈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਿਵ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖਬਰਦਾਰ ਰਹੋ। ਉਹ ਗੰਗਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਟਾ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਗੰਗਾ 'ਚ ਨਹਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੋਕ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹਾਉਂਦਾ, ਉਹਦੀ ਜਟਾ 'ਚੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਔਨ ਰਾਗ ਭੈਰੋਂ, but it's about, you will see the Guru Nanak's Udasi in it, you will see Guru Gobind in it, and you see Shiva in it, and it talks, so मैं सुनाना ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ, ओ जद सूरा बन जाए जोगी, त्रिशूलधारी है ना, सूरमा है वो, ओ जद सूरा बन जाए जोगी, जद सूरा लावे समाधि, धारे पेख उदासी, आखे हर 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 हर, आह जोगी ना गंग नावे, पंज दरियावां च छल कपटावे, आप ही तरे सबना तारे, बर्फीले, देखिएगा काबिल गौर तांडव के, बर्फीले घुंघरू पैरी बंधावे, बर्फों के घुंघरू, बड़ा कड़वा है उसका तांडव, आसान नहीं है। वो कहें आज फौजी ऊपर अगर गलती से -50 पे चमड़ी लग जाए लोहे को, उसी वक्त जाती है। तो वो कहते हैं बर्फीले घुंघरू पैरी बंधावे, मचला हुआ कै गगन वन गिरहा जल, खपदा फिरे मचदा फिरे नचदा फिरे, छल 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 लल छल लल छलक छलक छल, गिदगिन धादी गिदगिन धादी गिदगिन धादी धा, किड़क गिदगिन धा नकता गिदगिन धादी धा, पैरों पै वहे रावी, सत भई लज बचावे, चन खिल खिल मुस्कावे, आखे छल 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 छल, बद्दल बुक्कल भी शर्मावे, झिमझिमी अमृति आब वहावे, बे आसा आस पुरावे, सिंध फुलकारी बुण बुण वल, रवि ते कौल खिड़ावे, भैरों फिर आप कहावे, सदा प्रभात सदा आनंद सदा सुहाग। ये पैरों ते मैं लिखी सी कविता तुहाडे जी। कहता रवि ते कौल खिलावे, सूर्य पे जब कमल जो खिला दे, कहते भैरों फिर आप कहावे, फिर वो कहावे है कि मैं हूं भैरों जो सूर्य पे भी जो कमल खिला दे। कहो जी गल है डॉक्टर साहब, तुसी वाह कह सकते हो मेरी कविता दे थे।
चलो अब चलते हैं।
ठीक है जी, करो करो मौजा, मैं भी तैयारी करा। थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार। Anyway, people, this was my conversation with Dr. Bharat Gupt, and I have to now on a quick board because, as I mentioned to you earlier, let me show you. We'll be meeting at 4:30 with Dr. T.S. Satyavati, who will be joining live from Bengaluru, and we start at 4:30 p.m. And today we are covering the 72 mil, an overview of 72 mil karta ragas, and then I'll be in the next conversations with her. I have requested her to kindly share with us compositions of the 72 mil karta ragas, notably that were done by Swami Dikshita. So people, I will see you at 4:30. Kindly take note, have a, get some food if you've not already eaten, or take a little walk and join me back at 4:30. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आज मेरी वार्ता सीगी ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਭਰਤ ਗੁਪਤ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਕਾਮਸੂਤਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅੱਛੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ। 4:30 ਵਜੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਨਵਰਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ T.S. ਸਤਿਆਵਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਪੋਸਟਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ। ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹਨਗੇ, ਬੈਂਗਲੌਰ ਤੋਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨਗੇ 4:30 ਵਜੇ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 49 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ। ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਸੈਰ ਸੁਰ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਖਾਣਾ ਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਖਾਧਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਕੁਝ ਚਾਰਾ ਵੀ ਚਰ ਲਓ, ਅਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਚਰ ਲਵਾਂ। ਅਤੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੱਟਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੀ ਭੁੱਖ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਲੈਟਸ ਬੀਟ ਐਟ ਆਪਾਂ 4:30 ਵਜੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਹੈਵ ਅ ਵੰਡਰਫੁਲ ਈਵਨਿੰਗ। ਸਤਿ ਕਰਤਾਰ, ਖੁਦਾ ਹਾਫਿਜ਼, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ, ਐਂਡ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਗੁੱਡ ਈਵਨਿੰਗ। ਸੀ ਯੂ ਵੈਰੀ ਸੂਨ। ਛੇਤੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਫਿਰ ਹੋਏਗੀ।